Let's go to 2.1, Poultry Association of South Africa, PASA. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just have screen share, please?
You have, Isaac, you can share.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. Chair, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Honourable Chairman and members of the Standing and Select Committees on Finance, I would like to talk to you this morning about a proposal to exempt frozen bone-in chicken portions as well as frozen and fresh offal from VAT. Now my screen is frozen. 28% of our young children are stunted because of malnutrition and specifically a shortage in protein. South Africa has one of the highest rates of stunting in the world among children under 5 years old, with a rate of in excess of 28%. In poorer households, this rate is 36%. More than a third of our children are stunted. Stunting in this particular instance is defined where a child's height is more than 2 standard deviations below the World Health Organization child growth standard. Stunting causes irreversible physical and cognitive deficits. It was estimated that stunting causes 9% lower GDP in countries in Asia and in Africa. Chicken is higher in protein than any item currently on the zero rating list. There is urgent pressure on government to provide financial relief to the poor. It is an economic and social justice imperative that the regressive impact of VAT on poorer households is addressed. Zero rating of chicken is a targeted instrument to give effect to the government's obligation to review the basket of zero-rated food items and assist the poor in poverty alleviation. Chicken has a lower cost per gram of protein than pork mince, eggs, and beef mince. The maximum monthly wage of 5,074 Rand is 5.12% short of the household food basket as at October 2024. Of the 44 items in the household food basket, 4 items are chicken products, amounting to 637 Rand or 12% of the total basket spend, a major portion of the basket. VAT attributed to chicken products in the household food basket amount to 83.18%. VAT relief will have a major positive impact in terms of nutrition and poverty relief for the poor. Chicken is higher in protein than any of the products currently on the zero rating list. It appears a significant oversight that no animal proteins, other than pilchards, which is not part of the food basket, are included on the list of zero-rated foodstuffs. Chicken have 24 to 32 grams of protein per 100 grams of cooked product, beans only 9, lentils only 8.8, pilchard, which is not in the food basket, 15 to 19 grams, and eggs 13 grams. Frozen bone-in chicken portion and fresh and frozen offal products will have a major impact on malnutrition of the poor. The zero rating of chicken, as proposed herein, will disproportionately ease the burden on the poor and low-income households reliant on chicken as the crucial and healthy source of animal protein. If chicken is more affordable for the poor consumers by virtue of zero rating, more chicken is likely to be consumed. The increase in consumption of chicken should increase the ability of South Africans to reach daily protein targets, preventing stunting and malnutrition in especially our children. If chicken, as defined in my report, clause 1.3, were to be zero rated, the estimated VAT revenue that the fiscus may forego is approximately 4.9 billion. That sounds high, but it's only 0.27% of revenue projected, or 1.08% of total VAT collection projected for the current fiscal year. The perceived or any actual loss of revenue to the fiscus cannot be justifiably privileged above securing affordable, nutritious food for the benefit of the low-income household. To ensure that this benefit of proposed zero rating accrue to the poor, there are existing measures for the monitoring and reporting of chicken prices. Not only will this ensure that there is an accurate starting point from which to evaluate the prices following the implementation of zero rate, but the existing infrastructure is sufficiently developed to ensure ongoing accuracy and transparency of pricing information. Monitoring and reporting of prices to the Poultry Master Plan Steering Committee, chaired by the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Trade and Industry, respectively. Reporting of essential food pricing and monitoring report published by the Competitions Commission. We also monitored by the Household Affordability Index published by the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, and monitoring and reporting from the APSA Agri Trends report. In summary, the South African poultry producers and importers, we did a joint application represented by SAPA and AMI, is therefore lobbying for frozen bone-in chicken portions and fresh and frozen offal to be zero rated for VAT. This will not only give financial relief to the poor, but also give them access to protein that will address stunting of children due to malnutrition in our nation. The way poultry is defined in this presentation will limit VAT abuse, ensuring that the poor benefit. The cost to the fiscus will be limited to approximately 0.28% of revenue projected. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Pasa. You have saved a lot of time. Thanks. The next stakeholder, Clover, South Africa. Mangwen, is Clover there?
Yes, Chairperson, I see Amelia is here. Oh yeah, she just
apologies. We have another presenter that is going to be presenting. It is Johnny.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now, Johnny.
Okay. I'm having trouble sharing. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. I'm not sure if you have that same issue on your side.
You can share now, Johnny. You can share now.
Okay, all right.
Please, Parliament, let me say the media has requested that when you come into the platform, please show your face, and then later you can switch off, then show the screen for their live streaming.
Can you see the presentation properly?
Yeah, we can see the presentation. We don't see your face.
You see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm Johnny Menica on behalf of Clover. I'm going to take you through our proposal on the VAT zero rating of dairy liquid blends. So just to get us started, Clover is a trusted leader in the dairy industry. We developed liquid dairy blends specifically to support the vulnerable low-income households who are struggling to afford regular milk. A dairy liquid blend is a product that is enriched to deliver the required nutritional benefits as seen in milk, making them a vital and affordable household staple. Yet despite their purpose, they're taxed unlike milk, making it harder for families to access the nutrition they need. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for fair treatment to better serve those who need it most. Dairy liquid blends are a solution for food insecurity in struggling households, and we're aiming to help consumers who are prioritizing affordability over nutrition due to the economic hardship. So what we see here is that we are facing an economic crisis where survival is prioritized over nutrition. With over 12 million South Africans unemployed and consumer confidence deeply negative, families are simply trying to stretch their rands to cover the basics. And yet, food inflation continues to rise, forecasting to climb even higher over the next 2 years. In this reality, consumers are forced to choose what they can afford and not what they need for their families for healthy development.
Apologies, Johnny. Your
Hello,
presentation
hello.
isn't moving.
Yes, I wanted to raise the same issue. Mangwen, can you assist? Since we
Shall I
have
share, Johnny?
the cover page, we don't see the other slides.
Okay. Amelia, can you then perhaps share on your side?
Yes, sure. I just need it to be enabled for me.
You are enabled, Amelia.
Thank you. It still says host disabled. Okay, let me just get it up. Is my
Thank you,
presentation
Amelia.
visible?
I can see it. You can move to the next slide. We already went through the introduction. And then we outlined the economic hardships that our consumers are facing. And then on this slide, you can see that, just go back one.
Sure.
On this slide, you can see that 95% of consumers tell us that affordability is the top priority, not taste, not brands, and not even nutrition. Quite simply, if it's not affordable, it's not going into the trolley. And this is why it's critical that we remove unnecessary barriers so that affordability and nutrition don't have to be trade-offs. You can go to the next slide, please. So the VAT treatment of dairy liquid blends. Government has consistently stated its intention to expand the VAT-exempt food basket to protect poor and vulnerable households from rising food prices. Furthermore, dairy liquid blends were already recognized as a key product in these proposals, not once but on multiple budget drafts, because of the nutritional importance and the affordability. But when the VAT increase was scrapped, dairy liquid blends were unfairly dropped from this list, even though Treasury had already never linked VAT increase to dairy liquid blend exemption. This is a missed opportunity for us to do the right thing. And we urge government to follow through on its original intent and include dairy liquid blends as a zero-rated basket and help the people who need it most. Next slide, please. While the VAT rate was not increased, the burden on the vulnerable household remains unchanged. Dairy liquid blends was designed specifically to support these families, and it's still unfairly taxed. Making dairy liquid blends VAT exempt would be a tangible and immediate relief for those families affected by the cost of living crisis. Next. So what you see on this graph is the black dotted line is the rise in costs. As the price rises, consumers are shopping less, which is the blue line. They're shopping less but spending more. It's a clear sign that they're stretching their limited budgets and cutting back on frequency just to make ends meet. Next. Despite being an everyday essential, which is milk, especially for young families, dairy has seen one of the sharpest drops in household penetration. And this just proves that even the most vital nutrition is being deprioritized as consumers are forced to buy less often. Next. So why should dairy liquid blends be zero rated? Dairy liquid blends deliver the same nutritional value, it has the same ingredients, and they meet the same regulations and taste profile as powdered dairy blends, yet they're taxed differently. A powdered dairy blend needs to be mixed with safe drinking water, and it requires electricity in the forms of refrigeration. whilst a dairy liquid blend is VATable currently and doesn't require either. And we know that many of our South Africans are struggling to have access to safe drinking water and electricity. It is simply an arbitrary and irrational distinction that penalizes convenience and accessibility for these low-income households. Next, please. Dairy liquid blends are consumed almost exclusively by low and low to middle income households, the very people most impacted by food inflation and nutritional insecurity. Zero rating a dairy liquid blend would directly ease the financial burden on these families, while also improving their access to essential nutrients. It's a practical, targeted intervention that supports the poor both nutritionally and economically. In addition, the impact doesn't stop with the consumer. Zero rating would also boost local production, improve supply chain efficiencies, and help create the much-needed jobs. And if we unpack the revenue foregone, the cost to government is minimal, 65 million out of the government budget of 2 trillion, where over 80% of this benefit goes straight to the poor. The return is profound. Zero rating dairy liquid blends is a low-cost, high-impact way to meet socioeconomic obligations and to support those who need it most. The financial benefit of zero rating will go directly to consumers, as we mentioned on the previous slide, not to the manufacturers and not to the retailers. And there are already existing oversight mechanisms and bodies in place to ensure this. And with Clover being the market leader within this product segment, we are committed to reducing the dairy liquid blend price to ensure it's passed on to the consumer. In conclusion and in closing, this committee has the power to do the right thing, to put people before policy. We're asking government to help us help vulnerable families by leveling the playing field. Zero rating dairy liquid blends is not a tax issue. It's a food security issue. Let's not miss the chance to deliver real relief to those that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. We are doing well in terms of time so far. I hope those who will come after will also follow suit. Next, CSA.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Chair, can I please ask for right to flight my presentation?
You can go ahead.
I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen yet. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. If I may, I'm going to switch off my camera so that there's no disturbance. I just wanted to switch it on as you directed that when we come on, we should say switch on our cameras. Chair, my name is Neo Momodu. I'm from the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. For some reason, it's not moving. The Consumer Goods Council of South Africa is an industry association that represents 9,000 member organizations in the consumer goods, retail, and services sector. Our members contribute about 20% to the GDP of this country, and we employ close to 20% of the total working force of South Africa. The CGCSA is an organization we represent and support our members, enabling them to serve the interests of consumers. You will see here that I have a snapshot of our board members who happen to be CEOs of these organizations and companies that are brands that you find in our retail stores. Clover, that just presented, is a co-chair, as well as Pick n Pay, representing manufacturers and retailers respectively. These are members who take the responsibility of providing food to millions of South Africans on a daily basis very, very seriously. Our submission, Chair, is that we wish to make a submission so that the zero rating of additional basic food items is brought back. A large proportion of South Africans, Chair, suffers from malnutrition. We've heard this morning from the presentation that have come before us. More affordable food sources would both combat malnutrition in the most vulnerable society and provide the much needed food security to those that need them. It is the policy of South Africa to zero rate basic food items to distribute assistance to the poor. Government has made repeated commitments to re-evaluate the basket of essential food items exempt from VAT. And we've heard this on numerous occasions, including the president in his first address in the GNU government. Chair, in the national budget for 2025, which we know that it's a unique situation that it was presented 3 times. The first budget and the second budget proposed a 2% VAT increase and 0.5 VAT increase respectively. And in that budget, there was additional provision for additional zero rate of basic items, which included edible, fossil, dairy brand, liquid blends, canned vegetables. However, in the budget, third budget version that proposed a 0% VAT increase, the additional zero-rated items were taken off. We heard the minister announce that the proposed increase in the VAT for 2025-26 and 2026-27 has been dropped, which we're all happy about. But he said, as a result, the expansion of the zero-rated basket, which was included to cushion the poor households, has fallen away. This, we say that, Chair, this will have a huge devastation for the millions of South Africans who rely on government to actually cushion them, and in line with the promises that we made. According to the budget version 1 and 2, the cost of zero rating the 2025 budget items would be 2 billion in 2025-26 and 6.293 billion in over the medium term. This cost was acceptable in both the versions 1 and 2, notwithstanding the additional revenue streams that were revised downwards from 60 billion to 28 billion. Our contention is that 2 billion versus total gross revenue amounts to about 0.1%, and 2 billion versus gross VAT revenue amounts to about 0.4%. We argue that both the version 1 and version 2 confirm that the majority of the cost of the fiscus to zero rate budget items will accrue to lower income households based on the 2022-23 income and expenditure survey. The figures need to be taken in the context of the fact that fuel levies have routinely increased and continue to increase. There has been zero and below inflation fiscal drag adjustments. The direct cost of the goods and services supplied to consumers have increased and purchasing power has decreased. Therefore, Chairperson, the expansion of the zero rate basket is not likely to is not linked rather to additional tax increases, but as a standalone issue that requires proper consideration on its own merits. Given the fact that the challenges for poor households still persist, we had Clover as well, and even the Poultry Association talking about the fact that we need to cushion the poor, making sure that we reduce some of the challenges that we have of hunger, of stunting, and of affordability. Why we need why 0% VAT increase is not sufficient on its own. Although the decision to retain the VAT rate at 15% will avoid additional direct costs to consumers, this merely maintains the status quo. This win, Chairperson, has not created any positive means to reduce existing burdens. It doesn't take away from the fact that people will still go hungry. We saw the slide that was presented by Clover earlier on that showed that when people are faced with the choice, it's not about taste, it's not about luxury, it's about affordability. Traction should be maintained in expanding the list of zero-rated items and not lost because erroneous or misplaced ties between expansion and zero rating list and further tax increases. What are the benefits that, accrue to us actually being successful in zero rating? There are health benefits that accrue to low-income households. By allowing additional items to be zero rated, poor households will be in a position to afford more protein and rich and nutrition products and prevent stunting, hidden hunger, and malnutrition. Poor households will also gain access to nutritious foods that would otherwise have been beyond their means. Secondly, the financial benefit that accrues to lower income households is that the high cost of living disables poor households from affording other basic needs. We've heard that the fuel price will go up. This means that with the fuel price going up, taxi fares are going to go up, food costs are going to go up, because operational costs, when you run a business, are directed by what is happening around the economy. With that, if there's no zero rating, you're going to actually find that people now are faced with the choice: do I go to work and pay for transport, or do I eat healthy? We say that zero rating these additional items will put additional money in the pocket of the poor, supplementing it to go and take care of other basic needs. The third reason, and these are not the only three, this will ensuring the benefit accrues to lower households. I said earlier on that our members, take the role of feeding the nation very seriously and remain committed to ensuring affordable food prices. In many instances, our retailers and manufacturers absorb costs, irrespective of what is happening with food prices and high inflation. We know that also on SASSA days, because as you know, SASSA grants now are paid primarily by our retail stores. On those days when they pay out SASSA days, they ensure that they put together packages of food that are nutritious, that are affordable, so that people can actually strain the rand. And periodically, you will see them actually having discounts in their stores. As responsible law-abiding citizens, the benefit of the zero-rated products will be passed on to the consumers, ensuring that the benefit is felt across the board. Our ask, Chairperson, therefore, is that we urgently need to reintroduce the expansion of the list of zero-rated basic foods items in the draft legislation anticipated to be published for further public comment during the period of this fiscal year. We think that, Chair, just because the VAT has not increased, it doesn't mean that we should take away that which was conceived to be a necessity, by the GNU. And if you look at latest reports, it shows that more and more people are going hungry and more people do not have access to nutritious food. We therefore appeal that we actually put these items back on the agenda. Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Thanks very much, Nell, CGCSA, and also saving time. Next, PEP.
Good morning, Honourable Person. I'd like to
Please proceed to PEP.
So I'm just confirming that my screen is being shared. Honourable Chair, Committee Secretariat, is my screen live?
Yes, we can see your
Honourable Chairperson, just verifying that my... Thank you, Honourable Chairpersons and Honourable Members. Wonderful. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm Rashad Amra on the behalf of Project at the University of Witwatersrand Southern Centre for Inequality Studies. The opportunity attempt at the budget, and it also South Africa's democracy is at work and Parliament remains sovereign. And I think we need to appreciate that in a context where the world is experiencing an onslaught on democracy and lawmaking. And so we are quite grateful as South Africans that we have you as MPs ensuring that Parliament and the Constitution and the related legislation remains in force. In this presentation, which is 24 slides, I won't do the entire presentation. I'll speak to some of our high-level conclusions as the Public Economy Project. A lot of the detail contained in our presentation was covered yesterday by the PBO, as well as on Friday by the DG of Treasury. But I'm more than welcome in the question and answer session to go into some of the details. So thank you. Honourable members, it is important for us to contextualize the legislation that is tabled, the budget being legislation. And this particular budget, the May version of the budget, is tabled following the MTBPS of 2024. The MTBPS as a fiscal institution is supposed to provide credible forward guidance on government's medium-term fiscal path. And it is also supposed to reflect the deliberation, or at least the outcomes of the deliberation in Cabinet on where to put the state's limited revenue and resources. And that's supposed to be what manifests in the MTBPS. And quite importantly, it's supposed to anchor the budget that is subsequently tabled. That's the budget we're considering now, generally about 4 months following the tabling of the MTBPS, within a framework that is transparent. So this is the normative role of the MTBPS. And I think it's very important in our deliberations to look at the MTBPS, which frames, or supposed to frame, the current budget. What actually happened in the 2024 MTBPS was it was adopted for the first time under a coalition government, and it turns out a coalition government with deep internal divisions. And in the content, the actual content of the MTBPS, it proposed a very sharp fiscal consolidation, keeping with the previous trajectory of reducing the growth or crunching the growth in expenditure over the current year and over the medium term. And the spending path that was tabled in the MTBPS was implausible. We noted this as the Public Economy Project, and other commentators, both from civil society and academia, noted the same. It surprisingly and quite alarmingly at that point in time ignored the wage bill, ignored pressures from health, from education, from social protection, from local government, and pressures that were building up in the SOEs. And so if the MTBPS of 2024 was supposed to be credible, it couldn't have been credible if it was ignoring very apparent expenditure pressures. And this then meant that it lacked credibility. It also meant that government as a collective was willing to continue to see the erosion of the quality of the provision of public services. And the outcome of that was what we saw since February this year, with the failing to table or to adopt at the cabinet level a budget in February, which proposed a 1.5 percentage point increase in VAT, and a subsequent rejection of a tabled budget in March of a point that included, amongst other things, a 0.5 percentage point VAT increase in year one. And that brings us to where we are right now. And so what is very apparent is there's a lack of political consensus underpinning budgetary choices in what we see today. Now, what we're considering in the 2025 budget manifests a very clear break from the 2024 MTBPS, suggesting that lacked credibility, as we pointed out in our deliberations with your committee last year. And what we see, an important and a welcome increase in spending, but this is unprecedented in terms of the quantum, right? So we've seen very significant additional allocation to very important social pressures, such as health, education, social assistance, and defense. And very importantly, and maybe we could have said it was almost a fait accompli last year, though it was not contained in the MTBPS, is the multi-year wage agreement has been funded in full. Now, this is quite important given that it was not socially feasible, and certainly from a service delivery perspective, for the wage agreement not to have been funded. Or if it was supposed to be funded from within the baselines of government departments, what is then the impact on service delivery of goods and services resources would need to be crunched even further. So what this particular budget and this point in time suggests that there is an attempt from the perspective of government, or from the point of government, to acknowledge pressing service delivery needs, and also importantly the limitations of what's now been a prolonged period of austerity, meaning an inadequate increase in allocation to important social needs of society, while pursuing debt stabilization, and yet government is still continuing, importantly, with its central fiscal objective of debt stabilization. So this particular budget, honorable members, stabilizes real per capita core spending. So that is total spending that actually reaches the population. So it excludes interest expenditure, it includes resources that are transferred directly to the metros, such as fuel revenue, and it also excludes resources given to SOEs. And it controls for the population growth. And so we see a stabilization of real per capita core spending over the medium term, with a more significant increase in the first year of the 3-year period. So that's what we've got in this particular graph over here. If you look at 2025, which is the first gray bar, there's an increase. This controls for inflation, it controls for population growth, and it shows an increase. And this reverses a 7-year downward trajectory over the medium term. Now, this is quite important as a break from what is previously the case and what was indicated in the MTBPS. However, this is not without qualifications. What we note, and what was noted by the PBO yesterday, is that a significant share of the allocation for the current year and over the medium term are provisional, which means those are not going to be appropriated by the appropriations committees in the coming weeks. So those are subsequent and subject to Treasury conditions. Now we are a few months already into the new fiscal year, which means that that additional appropriation, if it comes, has to come pretty soon for those resources to be committed and those resources to be spent. Now, if that is not the case in year one, actual core spending is likely to be lower, which means the graph I showed you a moment ago with an increase in core spending could actually be flat or not, or the increase in year one couldn't be as strong, which then may suggest that we continue with a real decrease or a modest real increase in real core spending over the current year and over the medium term. So this particular budget suggests that we are at an inflection point in terms of spending, but this is tentative and there's significant uncertainty in that. Honourable members, a significant share of the deliberation in the second budget, and the primary reason, at least publicly stated, for the rejection of the tabling of the first budget in February this year was around revenue, in particular the 1.5 percentage point VAT increase in year one. Now, honourable members, given the performance of the economy, the performance of revenue, and the growing social needs, South Africa requires a structural increase in revenue to meet its social needs. And this is something that the minister has been talking about, the DG, the DDG, and other market commentators. So continuing to feature pressures that add to our baseline without a concomitant or attendant increase in revenue means that our debt trajectory will continue on its accelerating path, and our debt levels and our interest expenditure will consume an even larger share of public spending, and hence there's a need for a structural increase in revenue. At the same time, the proposals on revenue in this particular budget raise concerns about the current distributional consequences and as well as the growth consequences. So we had particular revenue proposals made in this budget, and the two main ones were regarding personal income tax related measures. Now, this was done in response to, or as an alternate option to, the rejection of VAT increases. However, this also has an impact on household disposable income. Middle and lower income families spend a significant share of their monthly income and save less. And so increasing or decreasing their post-tax income means that they have less resources, and this will dampen consumption spending and also potentially weaken growth. Now, obviously, any revenue measure needs to be considered against the alternatives, and perhaps the alternatives were more harmful towards growth and redistribution, certainly more regressive. One needs to consider the overall revenue mix in policy proposals, and in particular, we've noted that personal income tax has been carrying a larger and larger share of overall revenue growth. And so from 2007 to the end of the current MTEF, over a 20-year period, if the current trajectory is to continue, PIT's overall share would have increased by over 10 percentage points of total revenue. And so we have to ask an important question: what is the optimal mix? Given that CIT's overall burden bearing has decreased over time, And what is the overall optimal mix for the country, given the growth consequences, given the efficiency considerations, and given their impact on distribution? And so it's important not to look at revenue potential in isolation. And so what has happened, given that there are political concerns about raising revenue, and in certain senses, Africa may have reached a point where there is no political appetite to explicitly propose higher revenue increases through any of the main instruments, that now government had to turn to stealth increases. So a stealth increase is an act of omission. So government doesn't have to propose increase taxation through additional legislation. There's just no increase to the thresholds on personal income tax. Honourable members, there are major risks to our fiscal outlook. The budget review of 2025 projects that debt will stabilize in the current year, similarly to what it presented in the MTBPS, but at a higher level. Now, there are major risks. Some of the important ones over here are exogenous to South Africa. We try and navigate increasingly more volatile global economy with conditions that suggest we are moving into conditions that are manifest or similar to a financial crisis, given the trade disruption emanating from the US government. And we continue to see persistent domestic underperformance. Growth performance was rather poor last year, 0.6 on an annual basis and 0.7 on a fiscal calendar. And what's happened since the first tabling is the global outlook has worsened. And so we're experiencing both political dynamics that are not supportive of growth, but also global economic and domestic economic conditions that are not supportive of growth. And yet our expenditure demands continue, and we have to try and continue funding them. Honourable members, there is a concern of optimism in the current outlook, given that we've had a major revision between the MTBPS and this year's budget. We have to maybe take the second and the third year of the current MTEF outlook with more tentativeness compared to usual, and suggesting that they may be less credible. We, as the Public Economy Project, provide our own outlook to the fiscal framework. We use government's expenditure assumptions and make some additional expenditure assumptions which we consider more reasonable, in this particular case about support to SOEs as well as grant recipients on the COVID SRD, and we don't see debt stabilizing in the current year or over the medium term. Honourable members, I will conclude in the next minute as my time runs out by noting the political risk to the current fiscal framework. Honourable members, I've noted that we may have reached a point where there is no political appetite for overt tax increases, and government is now becoming reliant on stealth tax increases. At the same time, if this is the actual case and there's no appetite for higher tax increases, politically at least, the expenditure considerations, especially cuts or reprioritization, becomes even more important, and this becomes an inevitability. We noted in our previous presentations that the spending reviews have identified only modest potential cuts within, or efficiency potential within current programs. What is actually required is program level decisions, which programs to continue, which programs to curtail, which programs to cut. However, this requires political consensus. And in the current political context, where we've seen an absence of consensus making and increased polarization, this becomes another political risk to the fiscal framework and to fiscal risks. We thank you, honourable members, and we are willing to engage as the Public Economy Project team during deliberations, but also in the other course of the parliamentary calendar with your respective committees. We thank you again for your time. So, Chairperson, I have 40 seconds. I'll defer that to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thanks, Rashad, for the presentation and sticking to time allocated. The next stakeholder, Amandla Mobi.
Amandla Mobi, Chair, is the stakeholder that sent an apology.
Oh, Amandla Mobi. Who's the Zitlo? Okay. Yes. The next one is BJC.
Good morning. Could the host help me with screen sharing right. Please.
You can share now, Lisa.
Just finding my presentation here. Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Lisa Higginson, and I'll be taking you through the Budget Justice Coalition presentation today. Just briefly on the BJC, we are a coalition of 22 civic organizations aiming to build people's understanding of and participation in the budgeting process. We'd like to see power in the hands of people to ensure that the state advances social, economic, and environmental justice to meet people's needs and improve well-being in accordance with the Constitution. Like many others, I think BJ members would like to see the budget pass. We note that further delays will further impede departments and entities' ability to implement projects and programs. However, we are disappointed that the VAT measure was replaced with the increase in the fuel levy, which, although it may have a smaller impact, we think that the impacts will be quite similar and perhaps haven't been fully considered. We are also disappointed that none of the revenue alternatives proposed seems to have been considered. And we feel that there are inadequate justifications for the revenue choices provided in the documents. So our submission is divided into two parts. The first part is immediate changes to the 2025-26 tax proposals. And the second part are what we think are actions required between now and the MTBPS to resolve some of these outstanding issues and ensure that we don't end up in this situation again. We have 9 recommendations that we will be presenting relating to revenue, expenditure, borrowing, debt service charges, and the contingency reserve as part of the fiscal framework. Further detail is in our written submission. And we just wanted to make a comment here that, although South Africa continues to receive higher transparency scores, and we note that there is a lot of information included in the budget, in this instance in particular, we found it quite difficult to track some of the changes with things like provisional allocations, and the way that the information is presented. It is not always easy to track. So we'll start with our first recommendation. We would like to ask the committee to consider replacing the increase in the general fuel levy with an increase in the withdrawal from the golden foreign exchange currency reserve account. So the reasons being that we still think that this is a regressive measure. Some have described this as a VAT increase in disguise. Our calculations show that this increase will be larger than the VAT increase on petrol prices. It turns out is about a 0.76% increase to the fuel price compared to what would have been about 0.42%, which could have quite considerable impact on food and transport costs. While we are encouraged to see that taxi operators have indicated that they won't respond with an immediate increase in fares, we assume that this increase will be factored into the review of fares later this year. And so, it may be 16 cents on the fuel price, but we may see an increase in fares of 1 or 2 rand, taking all factors into consideration. So we think this is quite a high risk with a seemingly small reward. As we understand, the agreement on the JAFECRA withdrawal is already in place, and we think that this means that this change could be actioned within the timeframes allowed for processing of the budget. So this takes us on to our second recommendations, and from here on, these are sort of considerations that we are hoping the committee can take on to resolve some of these what we believe outstanding issues in the budget. So we're asking that the committee consider reviewing the economic growth assumptions and the economic growth policy being pursued here, We see the budget believes that infrastructure improvements, investments, reducing bottlenecks, and increasing the ease of doing business will grow the economy. And this has been their approach for some years. We haven't seen anything new. And although we're seeing progress in implementing these reforms, we haven't really seen any change in the indicators. So we think we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. There are other options. There are other ideas out there. Some of these have been put forward to the Treasury and to the committees. And we think that really this is a good opportunity to start exploring these alternatives, as we say, ahead of the MTPPS. On recommendation 3, again, we're disappointed that none of the revenue alternatives have been explored. The table here might be a little bit hard to see, but what we tried to do is look at some of the options available and evaluate them in terms of the potential revenue, the economic impact, some of the distributional impacts, the feasibility, and the risks. And I won't go into all of them here, but what this shows is that all of these options have, different risks, different impacts, different concerns, and we need to look at all of them together in this kind of way to make a choice that has the least harmful impact and the greatest potential revenue. We'd also like the committee to consider reviewing the spending review framework. We acknowledge that there could be some real savings, as the previous presenter indicated. These are quite modest according to the information that's been released already. We think the design and implementation of the reviews will determine whether these undermine service delivery and constrain growth. We've seen things like means tests and being implemented to reduce the number of grant recipients. This obviously leads to savings in social development, but at what costs? We've seen vacant funded positions remaining unfilled as departments try to save funds and reprioritize to other programs and pressures. We believe that the spending review framework must involve participation. We have in the past found it quite difficult to find relevant information, particularly when we are looking at infrastructure projects and procurement monitoring. This really needs to be resolved, and we believe that this committee has an important oversight role to play in these spending reviews. Our next recommendation is around around debt. And we say that given the prominence of debt in the budget, we really are calling for greater transparency and deeper participation. It's been pointed out before that our debt to GDP ratio is in line with our country peers, and alternatives have been proposed. We don't see if these have been really considered in depth, and we would like to see National Treasury prioritize measures that directly reduce interest on government debt. And here we think that the committee can help in this instance as well, asking Treasury to come and explain what other measures are being pursued to address the debt repayment problem. We also are asking for urgent and sustained efforts to realize gender-responsive budgeting. We note the gender budget statement in this budget is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't really represent a gender-responsive budget. We want to see it going beyond simply classifying expenditure by gender, and it must reflect persistent gender disparities in the country. In our written submission, we've done a brief analysis of health, education, home affairs, justice, and constitutional development and social development, which weren't included in the gender budget statement. And we see limited consideration of the gendered impacts of spending. It's very difficult to see which programs are likely to address gender disparities, and we also don't see this reflected in the performance targets in the budget. We're also really concerned about youth unemployment. We want to see the review of the active labour market programs document, and we'd like to see open discussions on youth unemployment. This is a national crisis with 1 in 2 young people unemployed. We are saying the work seeker grant is not the solution, and we need sustained actions and adequate and predictable budgets to address the issues. Our next recommendation is about reviewing the outer years of the, sorry for the typo there, MTEF, particularly for social grants. I think the previous presenter spoke about this a little bit. We saw that some of the expenditure additions were retained for this year, but we see quite drastic cuts in the outer years. And this sort of brings the credibility of the budget into question, and emphasize it's important that these allocations to the outer years are credible, as it allows departments to plan ahead. And again, it's just a sign that the real underlying problems are not being addressed, and we're likely to end up in a similar position later this year and next year. We don't want this to be the norm. The unplanned delays will have an impact on spending. And our last recommendation is to support sustained increases to health, education, and social spending. The increases to health and education are welcome, but when we dig into the numbers a little bit further, we see that per capita allocations are still decreasing, and there's still a lot that needs to be done to overcome the years of under-resourcing and the persistent spending pressures. I think the point about the social grants and the outer years has been made. Sorry, I've lost myself. And the note that the grants are still well below the poverty line. So really a lot more needs to be done. And this is why we are emphasizing this need to urgently relook at the progressive revenue options and the economic growth model to try and really create some sustainable solutions and to see some sustained improvements over time. So that concludes our presentation. As I said, there are some more detailed, there's some more detailed information in our written submission, and we thank you for the opportunity to present today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, PJC, and also saving time. The next presenter stakeholder is South African wines.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'll open up just now. I just want to make sure if I can get the screen sharing. Otherwise, the team, Alan and Nkulu, can support me. Let's see if you can get going there. Thank you. I'm trying to share. Can you see?
Not yet, Conrad.
Okay, Chair, it's on my screen. Alan and the team, can you see it?
We see a blank screen, Conrad.
Okay, Chair, I think maybe to move, can I ask Alan and the team to provide the PDF for me, please?
The Nkuleko's sharing screen.
No, we can see the screen now.
Okay, you can see it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I believe you can also see me. I think good morning to everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to engage with you. I think just for connectivity purposes, I'm going to turn off the video. I think what's important for me in the next 15 minutes, I want to build on the are you fine with the slides there, Alan? Sorry, Chair, I just want to make sure before I start running. Okay, maybe we can just put it in presenting mode, then it's a bit larger. Right. Can everyone see it, Chair?
Yes, it's visible.
Great. Right. Let's start running in now I'm sitting with 14 minutes. I think it's important to say, you can just keep it there. I would like to build on the previous slide, referring to our presentation on the 25th of March. During that week, everyone on the call and the committees, you have received our submission, written submission, our presentation, as well as our one-pager. This week, you've received our submission. I'm going to do the presentation, and by Friday, 3 o'clock, you will receive a one-pager. All 6 of these documents will maybe focus on one thing, asking a CPI-related adjustment for excise on wine specifically. I think my colleagues in the other categories, being beer and spirits, they will also table their views. But more important for me was your opening remarks this morning that we will build in trust, we will listen to one another, and I believe the policymakers will also take note of the content. And then my last reference, and I believe this is the spirit we're going to do this presentation, just in the second paragraph of the budget speech of the minister, he mentioned there is clarity now. VAT will remain at 15%. The decision reflects our commitment to listen to South Africans and to all the political parties represented in this house. And I think I want to leverage from that and say, I hope this is also going to be the spirit that we're going to engage today, and also in terms of your feedback. So that is our opening slide. If you move to the second slide, when we talk wine, that is just giving everyone on the call a typical storyline. When you see that is the landscape of the domestic market in terms of alcohol or liquor. There you can see in that, I call it the pizza slide. You can see the wine section in there. Depending on you're looking at volumes on the alcohol levels, it can be anything between 12, 13, 14%. More important for me than is saying, if we're looking at this slide with the mindset of National Treasury and Finance, then we know the state revenue from the wine industry, that is going to be VAT as well as excise, last year was 9.6 billion. The income for a producer in the same period was 7 billion. So what's important for us, maybe there's a missing piece of a puzzle, and I'm not going into all the technical detail. I want to encourage the committee members to read our submission as well as the technical submission on the 25th of March. In the next couple of slides, I want to walk you through and say, why are we keep on asking a CPI-related adjustment? And why we are saying, listen, we really can't understand why nobody is seemingly listening to us. 2 years ago, it was a CPI plus 2.5%. This year, it was 2%. And when you take the CPI at the moment, it's anything around 2.67%. But let's move to the next slide. And maybe this is the piece that we need to understand. When we talk about the wine industry, maybe this is what you see and what is in your mind. The next slide will show you also, if you can just move on that slide, wine industry. Yes, we're part of the alcohol industry, but also we're part of tourism. We're also part of a value chain, and we can also creating careers. And if you start moving with that specific slide, there's also challenges in our environment. Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure if the slides are moving. As it's important, I want to build my storyline there. All right. That is for us important to understand. We're operating in agriculture. There's also an element of tourism. We're also creating careers and jobs, and we're playing in a value chain, not only in wine or not only in liquor, but also outside of the farm gate. If you move to the next slide, you will clearly see it's maybe not that easy to operate in a farming environment. There you can see all the activities, and I'm not going to each and every one. Just for you to understand, it's not only taxation. We also need to deal with logistics, the Port of Cape Town. We need to deal with disease and pest control. We need to deal with compliance and an array of themes that's sitting in front of you. And if you move to the next slide, there you will see, if you take that tree, that is the risk. That is what we need to deal with. We're not farming with a roof over our head. So maybe it's a very nice picture there in the beginning, but then there's also risks like rain, like drought, heat waves, frost. If you move to the next slide, during December, the holiday period in South Africa, that is what we need to deal with. A heat wave exactly in the Christmas period. That is causing havoc in our environment, but we need to deal with that. Even when you're sitting in a dryland environment or in an irrigation environment. And that's why I need to show that to you. If you turn to the next slide, So that is on the farming side. But what is happening in the global world? You see their global wine sales in 2024 fell to the lowest level since 1961, specifically in those two countries. And then back at home. So while we need to take ownership of what's happening at farm level, and bear in mind that previous tree, the next slide will show you, we need to deal with regulation and taxes coming our way. If you can just move to the next slide, please. This one, and I'm not going to spend all time here. It's not only about taxation. There you can see all the other activities that we need to take ownership of. And in the next slide, that was also part of our wine summit last week. That was a presenter sharing some insight for us from Netpack environment. We want to sell our product in the domestic market, but also on the export side. So we need to look at the consumer in South Africa and international. We need to understand the finances and also the confidence of that specific buyer on the other side. And the next slide will clearly show us what are these challenges. We need to deal with uncertainty. We need to deal with electricity shortages, logistics, crime and corruption. And at this point, please make a note of the activities and Operation Vulindlela. That is critical for us when we're looking at this specific slide. Now you will say to the next slide, but guys, how are you feeling? What is the mindset? What is the mood center? I would like to call it. Maybe it's not that good in the country. Maybe it's not good in the agri environment. But in the next slide, when you're in agriculture and when you're in the wine industry, you can't afford to keep on focusing on the black spots or the potholes. You need to move. And you need to say, listen, if I'm looking at the white shirt, I can point out all the black spots. But we're also operating in a value-adding environment. And this is why it's important this morning to share with you also the champagne moments, as well as maybe the green shoots. So to the next slide, there you will see, despite all these challenges, we're sitting with an excellent quality of wine post our harvest in the cellars. These guys and girls are working around the clock now to get it in the bottle, to sell it in a local market in a responsible manner that they trade, and also to export that. The next slide will link to one or two slides in the previous presentations. We need to be open and honest to you. We can't sit here and complaining each and every time and finger pointing to excise, but we hope you're going to listen and acknowledge. We want to say this morning to you, if you look at the top left, at least now we're sitting with a balance between sales and production. Post-COVID, there you can see the spike. Our stock levels and our sales ratios, it's in the green, it's positive. Unfortunately, at the top right, we're losing hectares. At least there's a forecast from 25 onwards that there might be now incentives. There's some momentum that we would like to build. That's why we need policy certainty. That's why we're asking for the CPI-related adjustment. We want to plant again. And the bottom right there is, for the first time now, we're moving into a position where the prices of wine will be above the farming and the winery cost. We're operating under cash flow challenges, and we want to get out of it. So it's still amber, but we believe we can leverage from that. In the next slide, Chair and committee members, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here as a finance committee? Guess what? We need to deliver a social development goals. That is currently the report of this country. If you look at the 17 elements in there, 10 of them sitting in deep red, big trouble. Then we're sitting with 4 in amber, and then we're sitting in the yellow one. What we are saying, if you allow us a CPI adjustment every year, please acknowledge we will focus on each of these elements, but a dedicated focus maybe to number 4, 12, 13, 17, and number 8. I will illustrate that to you in the next slide. In the next slide, you will see from the top, what do we need to do? We need to look at our farmer level effectiveness and efficiencies. We need to do in terms of market access. You know what's happening at the moment with AGOA. You know what's happening in terms of the arm wrestling there, but at least we can still leave it from the EPA agreement. We need to focus in growing our premium wines, focus on tourism. Also look then, second from the bottom, then only we're sitting there with excise tax. So it's critical, it's important as we want to raise a return on investment. It's not only about profit. We look at the planet and we also look at the people. I will illustrate that to you in the next slide. There you will see, despite popular belief, already we're making a difference in terms of lightweight glass. 83% of all the still wine bottles out there already in the lowest category. That for me is a green shoot. That is an accolade. That's something that we can acknowledge the wine industry. As well as in the next slide. We're also moving into aluminium. We need to innovate. But innovation and research is coming at a price. It's capital intensive. But at least we're listening to the consumers out there. We're listening to governments. We're in it together. Let's see what we can do. Let's turn the buzzword of sustainability into practicality. Moving forward, what's going to happen with jobs? If you look at the University of Stellenbosch in the next slide, there you can see the prediction in terms of where will be the job growth. Maybe the first one there is farm workers, laborers, and other agri workers. More important is the next 10 or 12 jobs that's sitting there. We want to make a difference there. That's why we instilled for the last 2 years a South African wine industry professional body. We would like to develop and equip people to move beyond only an agri worker in a vineyard. There will you see in the next slide. Why is that important? Some of the previous speakers already mentioned youth and youth and unemployment. That is one of Leila's legs, apart from energy, logistics, corruption, and crime. That is the reality. The median age of this country is sitting at 28. We need to do something. That's why I just want to share with you in the next slide. That is what we're busy with. In the next slide, you will see it's not only the vineyard workers at the top. We're also looking at black business brands. We're looking also at black business farmers, how we can support, equip these specific entities. And the AMP there at the bottom aligned with the Agri Master Plan. And then the next slide. The next moment when there's a photo of a vineyard worker, we need to say, I want to see that. We're already seeing it. There's drones. There's new career opportunities, apart from just a general agri worker or a vineyard worker. That is why we're positive about that. Then as government, in the next slide, we need tourism, local tourism, but also from abroad. And there you will see the figures. You can read it at a later stage. We're creating jobs in season. We're attracting Valita. We're creating jobs there. That is what we would like to do. In the next slide, what will be the enablers? We need to look at people development. We need to focus in terms of tourism and see what we can do. Bring in new people, develop them, equip them. And then towards the end, I know Treasury is sitting there, and maybe there's anti-alcohol elements that's saying, go on and tax this industry. I want to show to you, allow the whole of society to take shape. In the next slide, there we'll see already our younger consumers are drinking less, but they are drinking better. I'm coming into land. In terms of a specific survey in the next slide, what is the commitment these people are making? There you can see, apart from the other entities, they say, listen, we will drink less alcohol. We will giving up alcohol. We're saying, well, it's an informed decision. It's aligned with AWARE and our Drink Federation activities. I want to share with you in the next slide. The next time, when you think about the wine industry, don't only think about excise. We're delivering in an environment in terms of carbon footprint, waste, and in terms of climate smart farming. But in the middle, we don't lose sight of the social side, responsible alcohol usage, and also in terms of government. I want to land. I want to say to this committee and to the chair, we're asking for the CPI-related adjustment. We believe we sit now with budget 3. If you go to the next slide, please. But we need to move, and we believe that is where we sit at the moment. That is our figure. You can move the Alan and team to the second last slide. That is what we are saying. We are saying we are called for a partnership. We're in it together. It's not only about policy. What are we asking? We say maybe in the end of March, we were asking a CPI related. That bus has maybe passed. Next year, keep the excise aligned to CPI. Demand evidence-based policy. That is what we ask. Crack down on illicit trade and then not in the illegal environment. You've already allocated money to that. And then on the right-hand side, if you open that one, the final slide, we in it together. We believe maybe the CPI related is not going to fly this year, and we're stuck with the 6.75%. Reluctantly, we will say, okay, let's keep it there. Can I ask then government and all the other departments, please focus and execute. We support you with Operation Vulindlela in terms of energy, in terms of logistics, in terms of law enforcement, and also support us in turning around the local government in terms of rural municipalities and basic services. Let's build a balanced future that can fuel development without taxing it out of reach. I want to end there, and I want to encourage you to read our proposal, and if there's any questions, more than willing to respond. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Christo. Let's move to the next item of questions and or comments from the members. Honorable members, over to you. Please raise your hands on the platform. Number one, Honorable Suwisa. Who's next? Okay. Let's proceed. Honorable Suwisa, over to you.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation. I hope my network is not going to disappoint me. Chair, let me just get into the point. Thank you to the presenters that made their presentation. I have a question for Clover, and then I have a question for GSI and for VETS. With Clover, how does the less purchase needed food like dairy products affect the health of consumers, taking into consideration that it's not zero rated and consumers prioritize what they need to buy, because you spoke about that in one of your slides. GSI, you made a comparison about budget 1 and 2 and budget 3. 1 and 2 spoke, I think it's budget 2 spoke about VAT increase, which also meant there will be increase in the basic basket food. But there was no fuel levy. Budget 3, there was no VAT, but there was a fuel levy at 4%. But you say that government decreased the basic food basket. What is your view on the fuel levy, taking into consideration that some of the nutritional foods are not on the basic basket food? How is the levy going to affect the pricing of food? That's for GSI. And then for VETS, Chairperson, I'm just going to take the point on the personal income tax. Chairperson, the cost of living is high and many households live from hand to mouth. What proposal does VETS have pertaining the personal income tax that will ensure that that government does have revenue for the country, but not disadvantage the low-income households or your working class? Those are my only questions for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Suwisa. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Hi, it's Clover, Johnny Menica from Clover.
Johnny.
Yes.
We do it like this. Now is the opportunity for members to ask questions, make comments. After that, I will call upon you to respond to those questions. So please be noting all the questions that members will ask you.
Thank you so much. Apologies. I was just unclear of the question to Clover, but I will ask at my time.
No, okay. We learn every day. Life never stops teaching. So thanks. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe let me start by welcoming the submissions from various entities. Chair, I posed a question on the charts. I thought maybe you will respond because I wanted to know if was it not necessary for the minister or maybe his two deputies to be part of this important process, you know. But I didn't receive the response. Maybe you'll respond at the right time. Then, secondly, Chair, listening to most of the presentations done so far, it's very clear to me that there are questions around the transparency of the budget process. I think an example was made about the 180 billion of provisional allocations without details, raising a lot of uncertainties. But we also know, Chair, we've been sitting with a question around the management of the Eskom debt, the details of that particular process, you know. So obviously, as correctly cited by one of the presenters here, this is somehow affecting the status of the process that has been viewed as one of the most transparent process so far. But I think it's also raising an important assignment to us as members of this committee. I think it's high time, Chair, that we, because in our opening remark, Chair, you made a very important summary on the essence of this process. And one of the key message or maybe phrase that came out of your summary is how responsive is the government expected to be to submissions made during public hearings, you know. So now if you start hearing sentiments of lack of transparency, that goes straight to the credibility of the process itself. I think if it's possible, Chair, because remember, the credibility of the process can't even be divorced to the current problem that is faced by the Parliament as an institution. I mean, the reports that we received during our induction process confirmed that the credibility of Parliament is gradually declining, you know. So obviously, the credibility of this public hearing process is very, very critical in as far as the credibility of Parliament is concerned. Now, I want to suggest, Chair, that we need to call for, because, you know, I'm of the impression that some of the role players are just participating here. In some cases, they're not even expecting major changes. They're just participating here so as their voice can be heard, but also they are ticking the policy compliance exercise. They seems not to be expecting a positive outcome out of this process. So I'm suggesting to the committee that maybe we should call for an analysis of the impact of these public hearings. Because, you know, this thing of just calling people to participate, at the end of the day, we don't take their submission consideration. It's troublesome. And I'll make one typical example, Chair, in this budget process. I mean, as you know, we had before the reversal of the VAT increase, we had 51 submissions, and only 49 of those submissions agreed with VAT, disagreed with VAT, increase. 2 agreed. But the minister still proceeded with National Treasury. They proceeded. So now you ask yourself a question: are these processes really relevant? Are they taken serious, or our people are just taken for a ride? You know. So to me, it's very, very concerning, Chair, and I hope that as a collective leadership of this process, you'll view this in the same light, because We can't allow participants to make submission under the ambit of our participatory democracy, but those submissions are not considered. So we need to do an analysis of the impact of public participation process, more especially in this budget process, because it came out very clear that National Treasury didn't listen to most of the submissions that were made by various stakeholders. While coming to Clover, Clover seems to be having a legitimate and appropriate expectation from the committee. Because I think Clover understands very well that this committee is empowered by the Constitution, of course, through the Money Bills Act, to do certain interventions in the budget process. Now, that expectation is very, very appropriate and realistic. But then here is the other interesting side of this coin. The Money Bills Act empowers this committee to introduce amendments. And of course, amendments might be introduced as a result of inputs from such processes, where we listen to the people and then we engage the proposal of the minister, take into consideration what the people have said about the proposals. Now, this committee, in its last attempt to give effect to that provision of the Money Bills Act, did the opposite. Instead of arguing for amendments, the committee opted for something else. And we all know, finally, that something else was kicked out by the court of law, But what I'm trying to check with Clover, and I'm very sure that they've been following these processes, do you still expect this committee, after the committee failed to take its constitutional or maybe legislative mandate serious, do you still expect this committee to consider introduction of amendments based as suggested by our inputs? Because the other matter that the committee failed in last meeting to give effect to the provision of the Money Bills Act. I'm not sure if maybe your expectation is not misplaced, because it seems as if this committee at times, dropped the ball, And lastly, Chair, the presentation from the institution that represented the wine, businesses, it refers to evidence-based policy making, a very, very ideal approach to policy making. But what I miss there, maybe that they have cited that in their submission to National Treasury. What is it that is missing in the current budget, demonstrating that this budget is not based on evidence? It's more of a thumbs-up budget, which is not driven by any evidence. Do we have any information that you can share with us to demonstrate that this budget is not evidence-based, And the general question to every presenter, Chair, there is an argument in the public discourse now, of course, perpetuated by National Treasury and peddled by certain media houses, that this is a pro-poor budget. I want to hear, it will be good to hear from various presentations, because most of them were talking about how this budget is negatively going to affect a poor household. What is their take? Does that mean, is this a pro-poor budget, or does that mean it is not a pro-poor budget? Because National Treasury says, as much as this will be affecting poor household, but there are other measures to cushion the impact. So out of their own analysis, can they share with us what is their position? Is this a pro-poor budget, or is just that one budget, the budget that will burden most of the poor households? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Numan.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to you and all the members that are connected. Chairperson, the first, maybe to acknowledge all the presenters and the presentation that they presented to us. Chair, sorry. My first question is for Clover. Chair, the National Treasury in its first and second budget, Chairperson, highlighted that the introduction of a zero-rated goods expansion is meant to cushion poor households from the initial proposed VAT increase, noting that Clover argued that the two are not interdependent. What benefit do producers of zero-rated basket have beyond increase of sale due to perceived affordability? That is my first question, Chair. My second question, what will be the practical link between zero rating and job creation, noting that such a decision might not significantly change consumer behavior? And what are other food products that are an alternative to the nutrients in the dairy liquid blend? That's my two questions to Clover, Chair. In terms of poultry, let me go to Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. What effect does zero rating of product have on the producers of product beyond the potential of increased sale? What administrative effect does this have on them? Thank you, Chair. These are the questions that I have for them.
Thank you, Honorable. Mangweni, can you please remove this amorphous face called Ayanda Kumalo, who's just making ridiculous comments here on this platform? We don't want this kind of behavior. And it's not the first time that I warn people who come to this platform. You don't come to this platform to ridicule and make unsubstantiated statements against stakeholders. This is a platform for the public to engage Parliament about policy and legislation, budget, so that they are part of decision making. So anybody who make ridiculous comments here, frivolous comments, we are going to remove you. You must know the rules. We are not playing here. We are dealing with the lives of our people. Thanks. Those who can, please show your faces, honorable members, as requested by the media. Over to you, Honorable Squad.
Thanks, Chair. My network is really poor here. Can I please proceed? Sorry. Chair, first let me take this opportunity as well and welcome the presentations from various stakeholders. And Chair, just to say that as members of the committee, I don't think we can come here whilst we are coming to listen to concerns that are supposed to be raised by stakeholders. We also come and complain, and like we are also stakeholders that the government is not listening or Treasury is not listening to this comment. It's up to the committee to deal with the issues that are being raised. That was my point of departure, Chair. However, Chair, let me first pose my issue to the Budget Justice Coalition. In terms of the issues they raised with alternative revenue, and I would want to understand as to what do they think as Budget Justice Coalition would be the best possible revenue alternatives that government should prioritize, particularly towards the medium-term statement and also the 2026 budget. But also understanding that all taxes has got its own ramifications. So I would want to understand what is their take and what do they think, which ones would be supposedly be better options in terms of the revenue. And the other one, Chair, it's the South African wines. I would want to really understand as to what is the global review of excise duties on wine, and what is our position relative to other wine-producing countries like your France, your USA, and so on. and many others, particularly in the developing countries, what would be, if they have any, I would want them to share with us. And Chair, secondly, is the measures that the wine industry is taking or undertaking to develop to support small-scale producers, and what is the market share of the small producers. I've seen what Mr. Christo Conradi was saying in terms of their conference, where they were talking about innovation, but also, you know, placing themselves to produce the best quality, you know, wine and so on, which is interesting. But what is it that we are doing towards, you know, supporting the the incoming or the small producers? The last one in terms of South African wines is what measures and partnerships are required between the state and the wine industry to crack down on illicit trade, and what progress can the industry highlight in relation to efforts of dealing with illicit trade? Because in most of these industries, whether it's tobacco, whether it's your beer and so on, everyone is complaining about the illicit trade. Everyone is saying government must do, you know, much in terms of combating this. But what is it that we are contributing as an industry to make sure that we can work with government to ensure that that comes to an end? The other one, Chair, is the public economy project. My issue is that, Chair, other scholars have found that austerity policies drag economic growth, and the debt to GDP ratio might increase due to fiscal consolidation, because without sufficient economic growth, targeting a deficit reducing primary budget surplus can lead to a reduction of public spending and adversely impacting on economic growth, and therefore the capacity of government to collect sufficient revenue, and which we know what would be the implications. And my issue is a primary surplus targeting sufficient conditions of low economic growth prospects. Again, Chair, which are other areas in terms of their own view as a PP of spending reviews as required to drastically cut the waste in policy implementation and waste in policy implementation, and can the public economy project comment on this matter and make a further submission in this regard? And noting that the public expenditure increase has not been significant in real terms, what effect will this have for potential increase in gross fixed capital formation, and what measures are required to enhance the multiplier effect of public investment and spending? The Consumer Council of South Africa, Chair. Sorry, my apology. I'm getting right. Need some water, Chair. Thank. What effect does zero rating of products have on the product of on the products beyond potential of increased sales, and what other administrative effect does it have? The Consumer Council of South Africa has highlighted an erroneous misplaced ties between expanding the zero rated list and further tax increases, despite the National Treasury highlighting the introduction of VAT zero-rated products as a cushion to the proposed VAT tax, and to what extent will expansion of zero-rated goods have for middle strata and the wealthy households? Because we know that it does affect all of the class, but also the strata. The poultry industry, Chair, the consumption of chicken products are not only for lower households, but also middle and high income earners, and foregoing approximately 4.9 billion of the fiscals will have an effect. Doesn't the Poultry Association think that an increase of social support through grants can increase the income of the poor to enable them to afford food basket, as zero rating chicken will not necessarily inherently mean chicken will be a preferred meat for poor households? This is to avoid subsidizing the middle strata and the wealthy in the name of subsidized or zero rating, foodstuffs for the poor. Clover, Chair, what would be the practical link between zero rating and job creation, noting that such a decision might not significantly change consumer behavior, and what other food products are an alternative to the nutrients in the DLP or dairy liquid blends? And why does Clover advocate for a zero-rated goods and propose that Clover will reduce the prices of its DLP product, new meal, within the pricing parameters and requirements to achieve appropriate price points? Why is Clover not considering a price reduction in the absence of a zero rating of dairy liquid blends and price reduction by the company which can achieve the same objective? And the last one, what would be the practical link between zero rating and job creation, noting such a decision might not significantly change consumer behavior? And what other food products are an alternative to the nutrients in the GLP? I think those are the only ones. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Squatty. Honorable Ryder.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the presentation and presentations. And yes, welcome to the new presenters. It's good to have some new voices broadening our conversation. I'm going to work through the presentations one by one, if I may. On the stunting one, I think that I'm hopelessly underqualified to comment too much on that, and I would like some more information. I'll do my own research as well, but I think that there were some interesting points there that I'm not familiar with, and might be worth further unpacking. From Clover, welcome. Nice to see big business finally getting involved. Your zero rating comments were quite important to me, and I think that it's important to note perhaps the impact of a reversal of a statement by Treasury on industry, because obviously planning has been made based on that initial announcement. I would guess not only in your industry, but in many other industries, there has been a ramping up of production capabilities in anticipation of an increased demand, which was imminent as a result of the zero rating. And of course, that is now going to have to be unwound, and may have had some cost implications on manufacturers and producers, which I think Treasury just needs to be cognizant of. Reversing decisions like this does have a substantial impact, and we understand the circumstances under which it was done. I also think that it's very important for SARS to perhaps give us some comment on the different treatment of different similar products, certainly when one product can be used as a replacement for the other. So the difference between the dairy liquids and the powdered milk taxing regimes is, I think, something that requires further comment. Consumer Goods Council, yeah, it's difficult to, when you come and give us misinformation as part of your presentation, kind of undermines the total of your presentation. So when you say that the fuel levy has consistently increased, I mean, that's inaccurate. We know this. It hasn't increased for 3 years. And it detracts from the rest of your presentation, though I do think that your comments about seriously considering zero rating are something that we certainly should be looking into more deeply. And I do think that the first round of zero rating that was proposed, even I think that didn't go far enough. It kind of left people, poor people, eating offal and so on, which I think is not reflective of reality, and also it's a bit of an insult. Wits Public Economy Project, yes, thank you very much. I think your comments about political risks of the spending review are important, but I think there's a broad understanding within the GNU that it is now time to make some hard decisions, and where necessary, we need to find each other. So that spending review is important, and as uncomfortable as it might be, and as attached as certain departments are to some of their programs, we need to have a serious long look at where money is being spent. But I enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. BJC spoke about the difficulty of tracking changes through the budget, and I mean, thank you for acknowledging as well. I think it's important that the transparency of the budget process was highlighted in this, but it has been difficult to track changes, and make no mistake, for members of parliament as well. Comments around GFECRA, I think Treasury can maybe help me here. I think the monetization of the last kind of venture in, or busting of the piggy bank, the GFECRA piggy bank, is still not complete, and we still haven't felt the full effects of that. So in my mind, it would be premature to venture into the same space again so quickly before we've had the full monetization and also felt the full economic impacts of that. The increases in the taxi fares, I think it's again important to note, fuel prices are going to be coming down to cushion the increase in the fuel levy. But I think also it would be difficult to make members of parliament or Treasury responsible for the behavior of industry role players, taxi drivers and owners as well. Their fare increases are within their ambit, and we can't be responsible for how they use or abuse the cover of the fuel levy increase. Important comments about gender budgeting, which I really thought were valuable. And it's important that we kind of avoid, I know in the environment, the equivalent is greenwashing of reporting. But it's important that we don't allow, I guess you could call it pinkwashing of reporting by departments. So I do think your comments were very, very valid, and setting specific targets massively important. And I think that the APP process of Parliament, where we review the annual performance plans of departments, it's going to become very important for us to ensure that there are specific measurements put in place for gender budgeting, because I think we all know a bureaucrat only ever does what is funded and what is measured. So therefore, I think the measurements are massively important. SA Wines brought in a very important concept, and I think it's important as well to temper perhaps some of the other presentations, that taxpayers, be they private individuals, I think the Wits academic spoke about the high burden of tax on private individuals, but also for business. There needs to be then a balancing of expenditure to ensure that that tax is not reluctantly paid. People should be I don't think anyone ever loves paying tax, but people should feel that they're contributing to something valuable if they're getting something in return. And I think that the point was importantly made. Pay our tax, but then fix the ports for us, because the industry is massively reliant on government to facilitate certain things. So I think you're not going to get value for money for your tax. That's not the purpose of tax. But I do think getting something in return is important, and it's important for us to balance expenditure on that basis. Honourable Sekwati has just raised a massively important question, which I think is benchmarking ourselves against international wine producing nations, and having a look at what the different regimes are. I know that there's certain protectionist strategies in place from some governments around the world. Perhaps you can give us some input on that, SA Wines. And then the difference between taxation for export versus local. All of the, I don't think that all all of the taxes that are due on local production and sales apply equally to export. Maybe you can just educate me on that. Chair, without detracting from your role as the committee chair, I'm now going to put my hat on as House Chair of Committees and protect the process of the committee, if I may, and just respond to Honourable Van Rooyen and say that, you know, if you consider that the inputs that public participation brings into our report that we're going to be adopting in a few days' time, that report finds its way into the budget review document. That thick book, not quite as big as the big thick book, but and I do think Treasury takes these quite important, takes these as important, addresses these. But I think perhaps if we're finding we're not getting sufficient responses from Treasury, it might also be useful when we're processing the budget to delve more into last year's report that's contained in that budget review document and the responses from Treasury that are contained there as well. Not certainly, you know, you can't undermine this process. This is a massively important process that we follow. If we're not happy with the responses from last year, we always have opportunity to interrogate that as part of this process as well. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Those are my inputs.
Thank you. Honourable Swart.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm relatively covered with on the questions that came on. I'm just glad, Chairperson, that your stance on you know the comments that came in earlier. I'm very glad that you ruled on that. Because it's just unaccepted that people come and just make you know comments like that on this platform. Our challenge, you know, I value the inputs of all the presenters that came this morning. A month ago, I've also questioned, you know, how do we reach out? How do we get more public to come and give us inputs into the budget processes? And our challenge in South Africa, so it's just an input from my side because my questions were covered. Our challenge really under this 7th administration, under the GNU now, is, you know, that we need to manage the growing poverty lines in our constituencies, in our country, and especially unemployment under our youth. And all the presenters really covered and alluded to a lot of our challenges that we're facing in South Africa, what we as Parliament, as MPs are struggling with, and also the GNU under the 7th administration. So, Chairperson, the consistent theme across, you know, the submissions that came through this morning is very clear. Our fiscal framework must urgently balance relief for the poor with economic sustainability. And that is why I really value the inputs from the partners that presented this morning, from the call to expand the zero-rated food basket, the concerns about the regressive excise, and the push for youth and SME support. It is evident that Parliament must push Treasury to shift from tax-heavy, consumption-based strategies to progressive, redistributive, and growth-orientated reforms. And that is really that we need to do and push for within this time that we have in the 7th administration. But I really value the inputs. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks. That is all from my side.
Thank you. Honorable Tambo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Thank you to all the stakeholders who made presentations here today. I'd like to say that we value your inputs, but the reality is that Desmond Royan is right. The Honorable Desmond Royan is correct. Your inputs end up gathering dust in the filing cabinets of Parliament, because the reality is that the budget is a document or a process or an instrument that relies heavily on the political consensus of majority political parties, and not necessarily on the inputs that you have made towards the process. And the second budget process should be indicative of that, where almost more than 80% of stakeholders, some of you are also here today, rejected the VAT increases. It was not your inputs that resulted in the reversal of the VAT increases. It was the Western Cape High Court. There are some political parties amongst us who thought that there could be a consensus within a 30-day consultation period where their inputs would be considered by National Treasury. That was not effective, and the third budget is reflective of that, because there is not a single recommendation of an alternative revenue generation mechanism from any political party, even those who supported the fiscal framework, which was later set aside by the Western Cape High Court. So I would love to say that we value your inputs, but in reality, objectively, your inputs are part and parcel of a tick-boxing exercise. And it is important for us to say this, not because we undermine the work of Parliament, not because we undermine the work of this committee, but because we have to put much more weight on the role, importance, and binding effect of contributions by stakeholders in the public participation process, because I presume for almost 30 years, we've been wasting the collective time of all stakeholders. I would challenge all of us to see which budget has actually been altered by input from stakeholders, either from industry, civil society, or political parties. I think we'd have a very, very difficult challenge to find any public participation process that has meaningfully altered a budget developed by Treasury. It's important to say this so that perhaps civil society and industry can pursue constitutional or judicial mechanisms to make their inputs through the public participation process more binding, because we're wasting your collective time. You put in research efforts to make these inputs, and they are not considered meaningfully. But I think as the EFF, we will ensure that we utilize the powers given to us as a community by the Money Bills Act to amend the proposed fiscal framework and revenue proposals which have been put towards us. And I think specifically as it relates to the fuel levy, I'm interested to hear from the liquor industry today, even those who will speak later, those who have spoken. I'm interested to hear from Clover as to what will be the impact of the fuel levy on their costing. Because we presume that industry, especially that which relates to goods, it relies on transportation of goods and perhaps services in some instances. Historically, what have fuel levy increases had on those inputs? And I'd be happy to hear that as well. Perhaps a final departing point before I think the TG comes in, because I don't want to speak too long, to illustrate the futility of the public participation process as it relates to the fuel levy. So the Minister of Finance says that the fuel levy is set to take effect on the 4th of June, 2025. This Standing Committee on Finance will consider the fiscal framework and revenue proposals on the 3rd of June and the 4th of June, 2025. By the time we sit to consider whether we adopt the fiscal framework and revenue proposals and your inputs as stakeholders, the fuel levy will already be in effect. The Parliament of South Africa, the National Assembly, will sit on the 11th of June, 2025, to consider whether we as parliamentarians support this budget or not. By that time, the fuel levy will already be in effect. So let's take into consideration and reflect as to of what meaningful or credible impact will any inputs as it relates to the fuel levy by you as stakeholders mean when the parliamentary process is futile in relation to the effect of the fuel levy, which takes place on the 4th of June, 2025 as well. This shows you the undermining of your participation as stakeholders and the undermining of Parliament as the will of the people. So it's an important point to make. I find the defensiveness around it unnecessary. Let us be realistic. Political consensus is trumping constitutional democracy and public participation. We need to review it. We need to review its role. We need to perhaps review the powers of Treasury and ensure that we utilize the Money Bills Act to effect amendments to the fiscal framework and revenue proposals, and do so in time before we face unnecessary litigation and perhaps the failing of this state budget as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
You, Honorable Maute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself and everybody who's on the platform today. I want to echo the same sentiments that were just uttered by Honorable Tambo about public participation. So I won't go much into that, Chair. He covered me quite well. Chair, I'm going to go straight into questions. I'll start with PEP and VETS. They say that they argue that the budget allocation to social spending is increasing and that this somehow makes it progressive. But have they considered the opportunity cost of failing to grow the economy compared to the marginal increases in social spending, which in real terms, we are told is below real growth? I mean, if you look at our economic growth for the past 10 years, it has not grown by more than 2%. So if they were to compare this marginal increase in social spending in real terms, which is below the real growth, would they still argue that it's a progressive budget? But the real question, Chair, is what are the consequences of increasing spending on social services, however small, while failing to drive economic growth? Should we not rather have a budget that prioritizes economic growth and industrialization instead of an obsession with marginal increases on one side? I mean, we had presentations from FFC yesterday and PBO, and FFC was saying we've been in fiscal consolidation for the past 12 years, and that has translated into the economy stagnating. The minister came here last month when he presented the second version of the budget, and he projected 1.8 growth. A month later, he comes and projects 1.4% growth. And we've got PEP that is not analyzing that and just keeping quiet. I also don't get a sense that there's a deliberate effort to engage with the role of the budget in stimulating economic growth from PEP. Could this be due to ideological underpinnings? So if PEP can respond to those. And the last question to PEP is, what is their view on the fuel levy? Do they reject or think it won't have any impact at all? Moving on to the alcohol industry, Chair, specifically the South African wines. While they may not represent the entire industry, they certainly have insight into its broader dynamics. So I've got just two questions to them. The National Treasury concluded or conducted a study around 2014 on the social impact of alcohol, and it found that the revenue collected through sin taxes is significantly lower than the public costs incurred from alcohol related harms such as road accidents, GBV, F, and broader societal decay. So given that South African Wines advocates for evidence-based policy, what is their position on this finding that National Treasury conducted in 2014? Secondly, to the broader alcohol industry, what is their response to the view that no amount of taxation can effectively regulate drinking and alcohol abuse? And finally, Chair, to all the stakeholders who came to present here, because majority of them, if not 98% of them, with the exception of Budget Justice Coalition, they've not said anything about the fuel levy increase. Can they give us an assurance? And I'm going to pose this question differently from Honorable Tambo, the way he posted it, but it's similarly the same question. But mine is, can they give us an assurance that they will absorb the fuel levy increase cost and not pass it on to the consumers? Since that they are quiet with it, it means they are okay with it. They've done the analysis on what will be the impact, and they are fine. So we just need that assurance and guarantee that that consumption-based tax will be absorbed by these companies and not passed on to the consumer, meaning we won't have the cost of living going up because there won't be any cost increase in terms of transport fares, in terms of those costs now being passed on to the actual items, bread, because it needs to be transported from the bakery to the consumers. Vegetables needs to move from the farm to the markets and ultimately to the people. Ambulances will have to fuel to carry our patients. All that additional cost due to this fuel levy. That wine that is being produced in Stellenbosch and wine farms here in the Western Cape, which needs to be transported to the shelves for retailers and for the consumers. It will not be passed on to the consumers. If each one of them can respond and guarantee us on that, Chair. And that will be my final question, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mautwa. I'll call upon stakeholders to respond to those questions. Each stakeholder is given 2 minutes because we still have 7 or so other stakeholders that have to make presentations. Over to you, Pastor.
Good morning, Chair. Unfortunately, Isaac Breitenbach has needed to exit the meeting, and he's asked me to respond on his behalf. I think the questions that were posed us. The first one related to sort of the advantage to the industry of zero rating being introduced on chicken. I think it's important to note that through the supply chain, one of the designs of VAT is that VAT should not stick at that level. So either at the farm level or the distributor level or retailer level, but it only has a direct impact on the consumer. So there's a price point for the consumer, and if an item can be zero rated, then it is positive for the consumer in the purposes. I mean, in the circumstances, and there's no direct impact associated with that or advantage for anybody else in the supply chain. I mean, that said, to the extent that it is growth and economic. Sort of bigger volumes as a result of that, there could be economic benefits from that, both from sort of investment in infrastructure and also in terms of creating employment. I would also just, make the point that it is significant that there is in fact no meat product that is listed in the zero rating item. So even though we are a big meat producing country, there is no meat that is included. And I think chicken is, sort of consumed by the majority of the economy. There's research to demonstrate that. From that perspective, it would be appropriate to include chicken in the list. On the question about grants, yes, an efficient distribution of grant system, appropriate grants could also have a positive impact. I think the reality that we're facing with is that it's critical that people get enough protein, and this is a different mechanism to achieve that. I mean, there's already precedent for it because there have been zero rated food items included in the legislation from the time that VAT was introduced in South Africa. So grants will be an alternative mechanism, but we should have a composite method of measures to assist vulnerable households. And then on the question about stunting, and I think that is very significant, and there is lots of research about this. We will make that research available to the secretaries of these committees for distribution to members. Thank you. I think that deals with all the questions for the Poultry Association.
Thanks, Pastor. Clover, over to you. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I think I'll just start with saying that we introduced dairy liquid blend as the nutritional and function. It's got all the nutritional and functional benefits of milk while still being more affordable. As it stands now, we do sell and price our dairy liquid blend at a cost benefit versus our regular milk. But there's opportunity to have it even more affordable and accessible for our consumers without the VAT. We know that there are other substitutes to a dairy liquid blend. It is regular milk, but there is the barrier that our consumers find it unaffordable. And then there's another alternative, which is the dairy powder blend, which is also zero VAT rated. Unlike regular milk, it doesn't have the affordability barrier, but it has other barriers. It's the exact same makeup as dairy liquid blend. However, you're required to have access to safe drinking water, as well as refrigeration or electricity to be able to manage and consume this product. Whereas a dairy liquid blend is in a ready-to-drink format and is already ambient or shelf-stable. It doesn't require refrigeration. And then for the rest of the questions, I can hand over to my colleague, Amelia, that will answer.
Okay, thanks everyone for your questions. There were a couple for Clover, and I hope that we've gotten, jotted everything down that needs to be answered. The VAT zero rating of dairy liquid blends that was included in budget number 1 and number 2. Everyone knows it was then removed in the third iteration of the budget. And that was when it was first linked to the scrapping of the VAT increase. And our argument is, of course, that these are not necessarily linked. And we still believe that the committee is in a position where it can play its part in intervening at this late stage. We do believe that we have an obligation to participate and try and get our views across in this public forum, which is available to us. That, as Charles has already mentioned in his previous response, it's not a cost at the manufacturer-producer level, and the zero rating has economic benefits for the industry, which are quite evident, but the zero rating specifically has a direct impact on consumers in relation to the price of the product which they are then going to purchase. Alternatives to dairy liquid blends are milk, both fresh and UHT, which have, as Johnny mentioned in our presentation, unfortunately become too expensive for consumers to purchase because of the economic situations that they are living in. And dairy powder blends, which are that zero rated, are an alternative. However, from the arguments as Johnny has made, we do believe that this is not sufficient. Consumers also tend to switch to products such as creamers, which have very little nutritional value. So the zero rating of a dairy powder blends and milk, and not dairy liquid blends, as we are advocating for, actually has the undesirable effect of that affecting consumer behavior. So we do believe that in terms of job creation, the economic benefits of an increase in consumption of dairy liquid blends as an affordable and nutritious milk alternative then provides opportunities in both production, retail, supply chain industries. Then in relation to the impact that the changes in budgets 1 and 2, or coming from budgets 1 to 2 to 3, have had on our industry is quite large, especially and on our company individually, because of the administrative burden that it's caused in relation to various changes that we have had to make in our systems. There was also a lot of confusion in the industry from when we started in February until right at the end of April. So we were quite cautious due to the uncertainty that was taking place, but it did cause quite an upset in trying to reverse the plans that were already in motion when the zero rating was then withdrawn. Just one brief mention on the fuel levy. It does have a direct financial impact on the FMCG industry and the entire supply chain, and it does result in increased costs. And it does, unfortunately, then eventually affect the consumers who are at the end of the chain, which is, of course, undesirable. I hope that answers everyone's questions. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. CGCSA. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the view on the fuel levy because that's the first question that was asked to us. The fuel levy does have a significant impact on food prices, since fuel is a critical input cost in transportation and logistics, and any increase in the levy raises costs of moving goods, including food, across the country. And this leads to higher prices to consumers. We note that our members have not, over a long period of time, passed on these costs to consumers. In fact, this matter is one that's been debated currently at NEDLAC. And we have produced evidence to show that they've absorbed these costs, but they cannot carry on doing this into the, in the long term, because operational costs are something to actually bear, are something that are crippling us. And therefore, the issue of fuel is not just, about fuel. It's a crisis in the making from farm to shelf, with additional costs that may actually be passed on even to the consumer, hitting those that are unemployed and from poor households. We are asked as well what are the administrative effects for the zero rating of products. Basically, it's about improved cash flow, and we know cash flow enables our members to employ more people, reducing unemployment, to expand their production lines, to invest. Investment in South Africa is really, really slowing down. When was the last time a factory was actually built in South Africa? With service delivery challenges, wartime, we are not investing anymore. We need to actually come as a sector to say that how do we use the cash that we have potentially to partner with government, public-private partnerships, where we can say as the sector and as business, how can we help with some of the challenges that the government has? And with more cash flow, we're able to offer more discounts, also promoting the livelihoods and cost of living of poor households. I'll touch onto something here to say that also the marketing campaigns, one of the questions that was asked relates to illicit and counterfeit, and I know our presentation was not about illicit and counterfeit. It is crippling the economy. 22% of alcohol is illicit. 60% of cigarettes is illicit, and this is also now growing into the pharmaceutical industries. We have made presentations to a number of government departments, including DTIC, to say that we have solutions on the table that we'd like to put to government, including how issues of tracking and tracing, where we use GS1 standards to identify fake products or illicit products and eliminate them. Also, even helping issues from a SARS perspective in terms of consignments coming into the thing. It's something that we spoke about with Home Affairs when we made a presentation yesterday to the Portfolio Committee, and it's something we've been speaking about for the longest time. And we would urge government to say that we would love to actually come with these solutions and put them on the table. And we asked, what effect does zero rating have beyond increased sales? I think it's about consumer affordability. That is the crux of this, to say that how do we help those households to actually have more cash in their pockets to spend on essentials that they actually need. It's about inflation control. By exempting certain products from VAT, it helps stabilize prices, therefore preventing to a large extent inflationary pressures on economic or on essential goods. I think what we need to bear in mind, and it's something that we've raised, and lastly, this is my last point, that the cost of doing business in this sector is really, really high. When you look at the indirect taxes, health promotions levy, where we've been advocating and say it was introduced with the understanding that it would reduce issues of diabetes and actually stop people from it's not an effective mechanism of it. We need to review those kind of things. I spoke about illicit and counterfeit that is costing billions to the sector. I think it's 250 million a day that the figures are. The assignees, which is an indirect tax, where the Department of Agriculture has employed agents that they use as inspectors when they can actually be doing the job themselves, and the costs escalate all of the time for an industry that is actually under threat. Also, EPR costs. Yes, we need to have waste management, but we have the plastic levy where every time you go to the supermarket, they ask you plastic. That money is not actually going back into the system where we can actually use this money for issues of waste management. It goes into National Treasury. What I'm saying, therefore, is I think we need to actually have a conversation like we've been asking with the business sector to look at what are the things that we can drive sustainability of businesses and viability so that we can increase jobs, and government to start speaking to each other whenever they come up with regulations, that regulations from one Department of Home Affairs are not in contravention or in contradiction with the Department of Trade and Industry. If we can have that so that we start enabling sectors to actually be effective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. PEP.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members for the questions and the compliments. I will start with Honourable Siwisa's question regarding taxation, and I'd respond by quoting Honourable Sekwati who correctly pointed out that all taxes have their ramifications, to use the precise words. So each tax has a cost to society and a cost to the consumer and a cost to industry. And as the BJC pointed out in their table, we need to have evidence-based, as Honourable Van Rooyen pointed out, evidence-based discussions on which are the least costly to society and given the different trade-offs that exist. So each tax has an objective. Some are to raise revenue, some are to change behavior. So for instance, excise taxes on tobacco and alcohol absolutely change behavior, right? Alcohol consumption in this country costs us about 700 billion rands a year. These are medical journal studies. And so what we try and do as the country, and the theory or the background to alcohol taxes is to compensate the country for the privatization so for the cost to society from the benefactors of alcohol consumption or alcohol production. Similarly, when it comes to PIT, CIT, and VAT, each of these has a cost and a benefit. And it's important for us to have a discussion and a measured discussion based on evidence and given the trade-offs. We can't, as lawmakers, you don't have the luxury of rejecting every possible tax proposal, because then we won't be able to fund the urgent social pressures for the country. And the alternative is to issue more debt, and 22 cents in the rand of revenue raised is allocated to debt service costs. We have to ask ourselves the question, do we want to continue on that trajectory? If so, then yes, we can have no further tax increases. But if you don't want to consider that trajectory or pursue it, we have to look at expenditure changes or increased revenue. Honourable Van Rooyen asked about the 180 billion rand. It's not an unallocated reserve, it's a provisional allocation, which means it is allocated to specific uses, but it requires certain conditions to be met for it to be appropriated. There were some questions regarding the pro-poor nature or the progressivity of the budget. Given South Africa's high levels of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, and the massive spend from government on the social wage, by default in any particular year, even if there's 0% real increase in allocation, South Africa's fiscal incidence, that is to say who benefits the most from spending, are the poor. Does it mean it's sufficient? No, it doesn't mean it's sufficient, but by definition, the data says that the budget is pro-poor. Can it be more pro? Absolutely. Does it allow fiscal sustainability? That becomes a contentious point. We can increase spending well above inflation to increase real spending and fund all of the unfunded mandates. What is the implication then from a fiscal sustainability perspective? So fiscal sustainability is a very important pro-poor consideration. On austerity, growth, and fiscal consolidation, one needs to look at and how do you grow the economy, the nature of the spending, and also to note that the budget isn't purely about attaining growth. The budget is about meeting socioeconomic objectives of the country. The growth engine is actually industry, and the budget can support that through infrastructure spending, through ensuring that you have a well-educated population that are more productive and less prone to illness, and to set the stage to allow growth to take place. There were some questions regarding spending reviews. We would suggest honourable members look at the slides we provided. We provided a detailed analysis on the spending reviews that have been conducted by GTAC or commissioned by GTAC, given and express some of the limitations on these, and also noted in our presentation that for spending reviews to have a significant impact on the overall size of the envelope and to allow to create resources for other spending priorities, they need to be at a programmatic level, not at an individual level looking at efficiency gains. Honourable Chair, I think I've covered most of the points. Yes, we did speak about, Honourable Maotwe asked a question about economic growth and the change in the outlook. We absolutely noted the change in the outlook, given the revised global outlook, and that's, I think, in slide 9 of our presentation. And we agree that the fuel levy will have an impact as previous speakers noted on the fuel cost and the cost to industry. And we also note that excise taxes do absolutely change behavior, and we have data to substantiate that. And I believe the Health Tax Alliance noted this in their presentation on the March budget. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, members.
Thank you. BJC.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to respond to some of the questions that were directed at us. I think Richard covered the question on the pro-poor nature of the budget quite well, but I think as the BJC, we've said that this budget is a step in the right direction and that it is a departure from the sort of harsh cuts that we've seen in the past. There are some small real increases that are appreciated, but it's certainly not enough. We've emphasized that VAT, which has now been scrapped, but the fuel levy also places a disproportionate impact on the poor. Not adjusting the personal income tax brackets will also have a disproportionate effect on lower income earners, who will essentially see their tax burden increasing. So I think, on that question, although there is quite a large share of the budget allocated to the social wage, as we often hear, I think it would be quite difficult for us to find a job seeker relying on the 370 per month, or learners in overcrowded classrooms, patients waiting for healthcare. I think they would struggle to see this as a pro-poor budget that really responds to their needs. Honourable Ryder, I think on the taxi fare, just to clarify, we certainly aren't asking the committee or the National Treasury to take responsibility for the decisions taken by industry. But just wanted to note that these sort of behavioural changes are often brought up in relation to other taxes. When we talk about wealth tax or changes to corporate income tax, Treasury often responds to say that, the behavioural response, people will move their money offshore, they'll reduce investment, etc. This is considered. So, the behavioural response to a fuel levy increase, I think, should also be considered, not to say that it is, the responsibility of any particular group. I think on the Jafekra, I think just to make the point that we calculated it's about a 4 billion rand gap from the general fuel levy, and likely to be the measure that could be sort of used quite quickly. But we do think the agreement is in place, and it is quite a small amount. Honourable Sekwati asked about the alternatives. I think in our submission we've spoken about the wealth tax, increasing the corporate income tax rate, removing ineffective tax incentives, pausing medical aid and pension returns, using the Jafekra funds, the pause on the GPF contributions, or using the GPF surplus to fund investment in the economy, more funds to SARS to support revenue collection, addressing fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and strengthening anti-corruption measures. I think we would be reluctant to choose any particular measure, but what we're asking for is that these all need to be considered and evaluated against sort of various criteria like revenue, economic impacts, equity, feasibility, and risks. And again, we draw your attention to the table that we put together as an attempt to try and look at all of these together. And so what we really want is a detailed response from Treasury. They have access to much more data, they have the models, and so we'd really like to see these at least considered as part of the conversation. I think we do also recognize some of the limitations to additional taxes, and we have emphasized the need to really look at economic growth. We need to grow the economy to expand revenue as well. I think there was a question from Honourable Tambo about the general fuel levy. It wasn't directed at us, but we did try and estimate some of the impacts. We found it quite difficult. There was limited research on this, even though we think it's quite an important question. We did find in a study from Kenya that there was up to a 7% increase in the price of non-perishable foods from a 1% change in the fuel price. So this could be quite significant, but you know, we struggle to find good estimates. And considering that this fuel levy increase is almost 1%, it's 0.76% increase, you know, it's quite concerning. I think lastly, we appreciate the recognition that often the public inputs aren't considered. We were surprised that when the VAT was taken away, the fuel levy was put in its place. We didn't see that recommended in any of the hearings, and we didn't see any of our alternatives considered. We would really love to be heard and see expanded participation in the budget process. And I think for that to happen, people have to believe that what they say is heard. And I think as a start here, we would just like to really encourage National Treasury to provide much more detailed responses to these proposals. I think we often see things like, oh, it will be difficult, it will have an impact. I think we want to see the responses go far beyond that. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. SA Wines.
Thank you, Chair. I think what's important for me just to start off by saying thank you very much for all the comments, for all the remarks. I think for me, and that's my popular phrase, it's like a team talk. We're on the field, the game is on, and we listen open eyes to one another. We need to understand why we're asking something, why we're saying something. And I think I just want to acknowledge the spirit for the last 50, 60 minutes. That for me was really the best since I've been part of this exercise for the last maybe 10 years, and then also on virtual meetings for the last 3 years. So well done to that. Just for connectivity, I'm just going to switch off my video here, and I will try to respond to all the remarks. But in the end, I know 2 minutes is quite limited. If we need to engage further, more than willing to do so. I think first of all, when we talk about evidence-based, at the moment, we're looking for wine. The excise guideline is 11% of the retail selling price. Now, for the last 8 years, we've been above that 11%. In fact, for the last 3 years, we were sitting 11.3, 11.15, 11.3. Also, when I'm looking at the adult consumption in South Africa, specifically of still wine, there's a decrease from 2001 up until the latest. So we need to understand where's the evidence that wine is still taxed higher and also at the CPI plus. And you will recall in my submission, I say, if you look at the national minimum wage, we fully understand the CPI plus 1.5. At least we start listening to one another. And maybe it's a fair request also on this side in terms of our contribution as per my storyline in the presentation. So that for me is we need really that evidence why CPI plus 2.7%. We really don't understand that. Then, not in a specific order, I'm not to mention all the names that have asked questions. It's going to take too much time. Whatever you do, when you produce wine, you operate in an environment you're not sure, although you're trying to plan up front. This wine can be a combination of in the local market or export. In the local market, you pay excise duties. At the moment, since 12th of March at 1432 that afternoon, we're paying the new excise duties now for the last 2.5 months. So that is the reality. Export, no excise. Then also when we talk about maybe there was a comment around land and allocation. Important to look at the figures there. We're operating in an industry. There's a downward trend in the hectares. There's a downward trend in producers leaving the industry, and we would like to encourage all the players, and you've seen all our activities, to turn the replantings and the uprooting to replace it with new cultivars, with new quality wines. And believe me, we want transformation also to be reflected in the land. But it's difficult to rope in new individuals and convince them, listen, this is going to be a sustainable, viable industry. Opposed to that, let's equip them. Let's make sure that the agri worker of today will be the supervisor of tomorrow, will be the manager of, and I can continue like that, playing in the value chain. There was also a remark around the fuel levy. I think Nayo and some of the other presenters already mentioned that. And I can say to you, for sure, it's a concern for us. If you just look at the producer level, fuel levy, specifically diesel, is just below 10% of our costs. And in the past, maybe the last 2-3 years, what's happening in the food sector, specifically in the beverage sector, the average increase in the retail selling price is maybe around 3%. There's no way that they would maybe pass it on to the consumer. And we're not finger pointing where we're just saying that is the reality, what's playing out. We're sitting here with an increase of CPI plus 2.75, and then you're sitting in a retail environment, consumers say, listen, why do I need to pay more than 3%? So it's a pushback, and we need to absorb it in the system. There was also a question about other countries. If you look at all the countries in Europe, specifically France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Germany, that was also in our presentation. I would encourage Chair and the team members, go and read it there. These countries don't pay any excise duties. Some of them is maybe a small number in there, like France, they're charging below 1% for a specific activity that they would like to fund. If you look at the United States, they're also below 1%. So in terms of, in comparison figures, we totally out of line in terms of 17 times in France. And if you look at California, we're charging 24 times higher than the US markets. Then the other comment was around a report in 2013, 2014. We have responded to that, and I can also once again share with you, if needed, that was shared previously also with this committee, maybe previous members, maybe there's a couple of new members. There's specific medical economic research journals that delve into that, and you can read it and you can see what's going on there, and also what is the stance of the industry. But important, it's independent. It's not us, it's from the outside. We have also conducted previously an illicit, illegal alcohol trade report. Nayo quoted that numbers. Still on an embargo, but we have asked once again an external international company to do that for us. And I think in the coming weeks, we will also present those figures. Important then, from 2013 and 14, we were still operating with AWARE. That is our body that's looking at responsible consumption. We have also post-COVID put in a new entity, Drinks Federation South Africa, to concentrate on policy matters, to look into Liquor Act and the Liquor Products Act. And as industry members across wine, spirits, and beer, we have all signed our commercial code of conduct. And that is what we would like to continue and to encourage, is to responsible trade. So we look into drinking and driving, not only during the summer holidays, not only during Easter, but throughout the year. And there's several examples that we can share with you. And we're not saying we're doing great. We're saying we're on a journey. It's a whole of society approach. And I want this committee also, with the support of health and with the support of social development, to make that link. As a United Nations member, there will be a high-level meeting towards the end of September in New York or Washington. What will be our views there in terms of looking at NCDs? And I think that is a very important point that we need to build on. Then I'm just looking very quickly at all the other notes that's sitting in front of me. I think what's really important, we're saying here that we don't want to go into a defensive mode. If you look at VAT, if you look at fuel levy, if you look at excise, we're pushing back on all of them, but at some stage we want to move. We want to go forward. And I think Dennis Ryder mentioned towards the end. That was my last page. Although we don't like the CPI plus excise at the moment, at least then we want to support you and say work together with Operation Vulindlela in terms of looking at energy, then you will support the wine industry. Looking at the Port of Cape Town and money allocated to capital investments or maintenance at Transnet, then you will support the wine industry. Corruption and crime, illegal, illicit. We had a firm decision via SARS, National Department of Agriculture, working together, also with the DG, looking at laboratory analysis, looking at equipment. We're making progress, but we need to move beyond a letter of intent, a letter of engagement, and a letter of demand. We don't want to see that sugar fermented ales on the retail shelves selling for 60, 70 rand per 5 litre. That's not sustainable. That is really for us a sensitive area, and we want government to work with us. We're making progress, but we need to move swiftly in that environment. Chair, I want to end there, and at some stage, we want to invite this committee to come and spend a day with us as the wine industry, not maybe to get you in our pockets, as there's also a popular belief we're influencing policymakers. That's not the case. We want to sit with you around the table. We want to show you around. We're in it together, as per my landing slide. And that is the intent with this meeting. And thanks again. It was really value adding. And I believe my colleagues from the other industries will also make presentations after the session. And looking forward to working together as a team, and to link on to your opening remark of taking ownership, good governance, and inclusive decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christo, and all the stakeholders for your input so far and responses. Let's go to the next round of input, submissions, so to say. We'll start with Heineken. Heineken, over to you. You have got 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good day. Alan and team, are you able to enable my sharing capability, please?
Yes, come in. You can
you are.
Okay, let me try again. There we go. All right, can I just check whether you can see my screen?
We can see it.
Great. Thank you, Honourable Member Ryder. I beg your pardon? All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Carmen van Niekerk. I'm representing Heineken Beverages with our submission. And I wanted to echo my colleague's sentiments, Christo. We've been participating in these conversations for many years, and the robustness of the discussions have really increased, and it's very encouraging to see. And I do hope that even my presentation will address some of the questions and comments that have already been made. I am aware that we've made many written submissions. This is the first time we're actually presenting. And Heineken Beverages is a new company to a certain extent, following the merger of Heineken and Distell. So I did want to introduce a little bit about the context that provides you with the context of the comments that we are making. Heineken is the only player in the category that operates across all the alcohol categories. Beyond our flagship Heineken brand, we also produce other brands such as Windhoek Lager, Savannah, and Nederburg, and the very proudly South African brand Amarula, I think Honourable Sekwati, the marula fruit that goes into Amarula, I think if I'm not, and you're from Limpopo, that's where we source our marula fruit. Basically, our submission is around, again, opposing the excise increases above inflation for all the facts that Christo had mentioned earlier. And we really are trying to advocate for policies that, against policies that support continued above excise increases. This raises the price of legal alcohol products, and these have in recent years become vulnerable to illicit trade. Whilst we are trying to influence negative behaviour and harmful use of alcohol, there is a level of balance that we need to obtain. And we are really worried that this level of balance has now been exceeded. And what then happens is that inadvertently this increases demand for untaxed and therefore cheaper illicit alternatives. And this really forms the crux of our submission. And I will provide some detail and some data to support this, particularly in light of the discussion around evidence-based policies. There was a specific question around harm reduction. These numbers don't often make it into the public domain. I think it's really important to highlight this, that the WHO in their last report last year called out that there's been very positive progress made since 2010 in reducing alcohol indicators in South Africa. This is based on, this I think is due to interventions both from government, industry and society as a whole. We are worried that this significant progress can be impacted if we push consumers who are under increasing economic pressure into the illicit alcohol space, as that will count against these numbers, and we have to maintain this balance very carefully. Ultimately, the increase in already high costs will impact, as I said, consumers. And what we really need to move the needle is inclusive economic growth that alleviates poverty and inequality, which we believe is foundational in addressing all societal ills, including substance abuse, which will really support these numbers going down even further in the future. I would like to link back to some of the comments also that Christo made in his presentation. Beyond the changes and the trends we're seeing in wine, the WHO also estimated, and this has been confirmed by other independent data from IWSR, etc., that the consumption of legal alcohol in South Africa, it will be lower than it was 10 years ago. We are seeing, this is due to various things again, different social choices by consumers, prices, increasing prices, etc. And what is concerning, though, is that contrary to the trend in the legal alcohol industry, we are seeing that the illicit market is growing consistently. Now, I know you mentioned as well the illicit growth in categories beyond alcohol. We are seeing a continued growth in value and volumes of illicit alcohol. And what's really concerning is that the WHO, if you look to the graph on the right, has called out the illicit consumption as the second largest share of consumption among South Africans. So South Africans are consuming more illicit alcohol than wine and spirits. And I think this is really an important element to consider, and really obtaining and maintaining that balance between appropriate levels of taxation versus pushing consumers into buying cheaper alternatives because they cannot afford the legal products. Ultimately, our ask as Heineken Beverages is a shift in focus, to really move towards looking at this, maintaining this balance, so that we can ultimately still reduce harmful alcohol consumption and increase revenue collections. A question was asked by one of the honourable members around what could be done, and I think Neo covered that quite well. What we are seeing is, and worried about, is that policy decisions aren't supporting the investment that government has now made in bolstering agencies like SARS, with compliance and enforcement. If we don't support it through policies that maintain this balance and ensure that we don't make the illicit industry more attractive, I do worry that we will be eroding the value of those investments being made. And on that basis, we believe that excise should be maintained at CPI. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. I've got some statements and comments and facts also in the bullet points, but I think these points have been adequately landed. I would like to again thank the chair and the members, stakeholders and guests for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ineken. The next stakeholder, Winsome Africa, 15 minutes.
Winsome Africa indicated they've got an emergency that they need to attend to, so therefore we won't be doing this presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Alan. Saika, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Alan, just share the screen. And thank you very much to the committee for affording us a 50% increase in our time. I'm Peter Faber from the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. With me co-presenting today will be my colleague, Mr. Lesedi Soforo. There we go. Honourable members, thank you very much for the second opportunity for the budget. And we will be looking at 3 points. One is just a clarification point we hope the members can look into. The two, I'll deal with some of the additional foundational issues, and my colleague will be dealing with some of the spending matters in this regard. To be noted that our previous submission for the 25th of March, as well as the presentation, are still applicable. So this is just an extension of the submissions and the data in those, and not a replacement. The first question, honourable members, that we just raised as a printable clarification is whether on the budget process, so in the overview document that was issued, it was quite clear that the minister sees this as a adjusted budget, so it's not a replacement for what happened in March. And it seems Parliament does the same. We also share that view that this is actually budget 2.5, not budget 3, so to speak. But what is clear, and the reason why this is important that this matter is clarified, obviously we brought it to Parliament because the budget from an effective is a parliamentary process, not a Treasury process. But the budget announcement itself has certain legal consequences. The combined budget obviously seemed to have certain anomalies, so to speak. So there could be clarifications. The fuel levy you'll see in our written submission was used as an example. Again, not because it was necessarily incorrect, but it made it difficult to understand, and the same with the combined budget. And obviously the status of the court order and its impact, and our understanding, again, it was the parliamentary process, not the fiscal framework itself that was set aside. Hence, this is adjusted and not a reprocess. And in that regard, we would ask and recommend to Parliament to, just for the purposes of the public who have posed questions to us on this, to clarify publicly that the status, what the legal status is of the budget on the 12th of March, as well as the budget of the 21st of May, for all those legal purposes. And again, when we get into the legislative cycle, that if there are any effective dates, etc., that we actually not use the budget announcement, but actually specific dates, so that we are clear whether it is the budget in March or the budget in May that the relevant, just as a practical matter. So we'll thank members to consider that. Honourable members, moving on from our previous submission and obviously looking at a budget, I think we're all in agreement as to what we need to do to solve, and economic growth is identified. We have no disagreement on that. And the question is, how do we get there? The budget process has been subject to quite a lot of scrutiny in the last few months. It is something we have been asking for some time, is just a review of that process to a large extent. And We welcome the Minister's announcement of the review. I think we set out what our understanding in the Minister's explanation. It is quite a comprehensive process to set the fiscal foundation. But we do hope that we'll see more participation, especially within government itself, and alignment. And we've set out what our understanding and proposals in our submission. And in that, we hope that we will see a lot more proposals on fiscal measures and enforcement, which the Minister has said will be discussion. I'd just like to note that there were comments made on things like austerity and fiscal measures and spending. And the comment to or response to that is just to note that a lot of these are a consequence of us not generating quality of spending, rather quantity of spending. And therefore, it has forced the hand of the Minister. It is not the Minister's collective responsibility or his only responsibility. And therefore, this is a consequence of our historical spending that we are now ending up in these types of measures. As to the budget process, just again, I think we need to accept the Minister alone cannot be held accountable. From the process we see, it is in fact quite a comprehensive, and a lot of parties are consulted and give input to and create the budget, especially the numbers and the subsequent the legislation that gives effect. And we will need broader accountability, and Parliament plays an important role. Again, capacitation of the fiscal clusters. We've seen a lot being done on the SARS side, but as you'll see from our submission and our previous letters to the Minister in 2023, there is quite a concern on the capacitation of National Treasury itself, given its workload, and we hope as much as what Parliament has assisted SARS in its rebuilding, that similarly we'll see a focus on rebuilding National Treasury as well. Then the inclusion of parties like NEDLAC, which has a legislative and constitutional mandate, we still don't see that in there, and getting a general buy-in to the draft fiscal policy before we go on to the various focus groups, etc., within, or the functional groups within the budgeting process. And in the budget input, and again, accountability, that there's more accountability to departments, DGs and ministers in giving the numbers. I think we cannot expect Treasury to go through each and every number. They must be able to rely that if somebody's asking to install 20 toilet seats, that they are budgeted appropriately. It cannot be for Treasury to go determine whether the pricing and the budgeting has been done. The next is on the credibility of the budget. A lot has been said about that, and the Minister's response, and correctly so, was the credibility of the budget is whether they actually stick to what they're doing or they actually deliver what they say they are going to deliver. I think with adjustment as to the credibility, I would propose, or we would propose, that it is actually the South African government, Parliament, as to whether we deliver services to the people whilst sticking to these. It cannot be just keeping to the numbers. There actually needs to be delivery. That is what delivers a credible budget. There are certain anomalies, again, as to, and those have been in our previous submissions, on how realistic some of the estimates are. We've seen some adjustments to those, and my colleague will take post-budget bailouts. We've seen 51 billion to Transnet on even though they're not seen as a direct appropriation, there is still guarantees, etc. We've noted the unallocated budgets, and obviously provisions for high risk contingent liabilities. We've spoken about this before, that are not in here. And again, the inability to reconcile spending with the quality and the outcomes that follow that spending. As to control of debt, again, a lot of discussion on this point. We do continue to fully support the Minister to stabilize debt. We've heard about comparatives with peers. I think it is misconstrued to just do an outright comparative in that we are not in the same position. We have unemployment of 42% and a lot of other factors that our peers do not have. And we have economic growth of less than 1%, where they might be growing between 5 and 7%. So we cannot just compare it as an apples and apples comparative. But again, this is not the first time we've had, in the dawn of democracy, we had the same problem of a lot of debt, unsustainable spending that had to be fixed, and a lot of hard choices had to be made then. And there's a lot of other things that need to do to reduce the cost to our economy of debt. It's not just that we want to not stop spending, it's that there are consequences for that. So what is the reality? I think the reality of the current fiscal framework is that we might be reducing the growth at which we are borrowing, but clearly we've seen the inverted bell curve for the last 10 years by various ministers, and none of those inverted bell curves have realized It's been one way in reality. And again, there seems to be political will waning, and I think the support from Parliament to maintain those efforts is quite important. Again, there are a lot of numerous contingent liabilities, and we need to deal. So our recommendations, before I hand over to my colleague, Mr. Seforo, is we hope that Parliament should assist and support the Minister in formulating an appropriate budget process that is all-inclusive. Parliament should better assist the Minister, hold departments accountable for what they submit in the budget and what they produce. And again, the necessary political will so that we do stabilize debt, because that is the prerogative that was set and agreed, and that we are, in fact, achieving those outcomes. Honourable members, I'll then hand over to my colleague, Mr. Seforo.
All right, thank you, honorable members. Just for the sake of the media, here I am, but I will be switching off my camera just shortly and getting on with the presentation. Thank you. Right, so my colleague spoke about building the foundation. Now we're just going to speak a little bit about what we do next. We're going to be looking at, the first thing is the economic outlook. Beginning with infrastructure, there's been a lot of discussion and talk about it. You were presented to by the FFC and the PBO just the other day. There's been a lot of emphasis on infrastructure. However, we've compared a lot of the numbers on iteration budget number 2 versus 3, and we can see there that sadly, despite the rhetoric about how infrastructure spending is so important, there's been a 13 billion rand cut or in additional spend over the medium term. So if we're going to say that infrastructure is key to economic growth, that it's one of the pillars, I think let's just hold the minister accountable and the president to that. We know that the large portions of infrastructure spend are going to the SOEs. Historically, that doesn't seem to have really worked that well. So we are wondering that is it really that effective? We've seen from the graph there that historically the private sector has contributed a lot more than the public sector to infrastructure expenditure, and that although business confidence is up, as we show in our submission in the past year, there are other key policy considerations that will encourage especially foreign direct investment. Moving on to revenue estimates, we're happy about SARS funding. That's been something we've been calling for many years. The minister has said that he expects to collect that additional 35 billion rand from the additional SARS allocation. So the commissioner is under pressure. This is not the first time that he has been under such pressure, and for the most part, he's managed to meet past targets. But we do have some concerns, because when SARS is under so much pressure to consult, that pressure to rather collect, that pressure filters down to SARS officials, the auditors, the debt collectors. We know that there's been a lot of third-party debt collectors that have been contracted by SARS. The commissioner the other day spoke to the fact that 1,700 additional debt collectors have been hired. So there's clearly going to be a lot of effort in collecting, but we do have some concerns, because previously we've seen a heavy-handedness by SARS officials where time frames were not met, refunds were delayed, people's bank accounts were garnished a lot sooner than they were supposed to be. And yes, we can say that this is targeted mostly at those who are high net worth individuals, but we are finding that we found previously that it's affecting even smaller taxpayers. So we just need to be careful of that. One of the remedies that taxpayers have against the SARS heavy-handedness is the tax ombud. That's the main that's the main remedy that they have, who receive complaints from taxpayers. You will see from the graph that the funding that the ombud has received over the last few years has really increased very incrementally. The ombud gets the majority of its allocation from SARS. We can see there are 40 staff members over roughly the last 5 years, but the complaints have increased, and so have the number of public members contacting the OTO. So what are we asking for? More funding allocation for the OTO from the SARS budget that will balance the taxpayer rights with SARS's responsibility to collect. When we look at the expenditure, we agree with the minister. The budget is there's a lot of trade-offs that are necessary. We must just all accept that. And we do, as my colleague reiterated earlier, we do support fiscal consolidation. There's just too much debt and we need to get that under control. However, health and education cannot be one of those expenditure items that are cut. There are many items in the budget in the various iterations, but you can see that there have been cuts to health. There have been cuts to education. That simply must not be the case. That's our main point in that regard. You will see that there have been cuts in items like health and expenditure. However, there are certain items that have remained the same. You can see the political party funding, the VIP unit, the so-called Blue Lights Brigade. There have been no cuts there. So we're just saying that however small some of these items are, it does send a wrong signal to the public that you're cutting the important ones, but you're leaving others as is. So the minister spoke about the young doctor who wrote to him, and we're saying that yes, we appreciate that, but the question now is, 335 million rand can really get us a lot of surgical gloves. It doesn't need to be the case that we're having such a terrible state of affairs and doctors are really struggling to provide core services to the public. Thank you, honorable members. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, Chair, we have concluded.
Okay, thanks. The next stakeholder, IEJ.
The IEJ is available to present. May we go ahead?
So you are a co-host. You can share your presentation.
Okay. Can I have just a moment? I'm trying to share my presentation now.
Good luck. Are we making progress?
Actually, we're just waiting for Lisa to share his presentation. He was busy with that.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen, Ngoluleko?
It's coming. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
See it now.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the members of the committee for allowing us the opportunity to present. We'll not go into detail because of the point want to have made by our colleagues and civil society. But really, there are 5 things we want to touch on. First is that we feel as though that it fails to meet with economic and social challenges that Africa is confronted with, of which are low economic growth and the high level of unemployment. And we don't really want to claim that the budget in and of itself can solve the problem, but there is a way in which it could make a bigger contribution than it is currently doing to those two.
Sorry, Chair, the presenter is not clearly audible.
Chair, he just dropped off the platform. I think he's got connectivity issues.
Okay, can you try to get him back, or else we move to the next stakeholder? Will come back.
He's back now, Chair. Biso?
Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I am back. So the point I was trying to make before I dropped off was that while the budget cannot by itself solve the two problems that we are facing as the country, which is low economic growth and a high level of unemployment, it only can make a big contribution to denting those. But it is unable to do so because the primary, fiscal strategy pursued by National Treasury does not allow for this. And what we find instead is that the turn towards generating greater revenue is done on the back of low-income households and the poor. In addition to this, the low investment into public infrastructure will kind of force the country to more and more turn towards private finance for infrastructure development, which we view as a problem. And the last point we want to make is that, the legislature now has an opportunity to propose and debate the amendments around the budget. So the fiscal strategy has basically been, has seen National Treasury try to align non-interest spending with our tax collections. And in the context of low economic growth and a very hands-off approach in terms of trying to mobilize greater revenue, this is likely to lead to, only marginal increases in public spending or to the very budget cuts that the Minister of Finance has admitted to be ineffective in stabilizing the debt to GDP ratio, but which has also worsened the quality of public services because spending towards that has been as well as which targeted what was targeted in National Development Plan. And we also, to draw attention to the proposal of binding fiscal anchor, we view it as one of the ways in which the National Treasury could try and austerity policy which we have had over the past decade. And we want a parliament to approach the proposal with extreme caution because what we're seeing internationally is that these fiscal rules encourage austerity, they distort spending priorities, and they tend to undermine social. So we'd like to bring attention to this, and we'd like to encourage Parliament to approach this with caution, to undertake their own research on how effective these are in trying to get fiscal sustainability. And we think because the strategy is not only context, there must be other ways which they can use to try and control the problem which we have with, which is that the interest rates on the interest rate on government bonds and our debt servicing costs. One measure would be to use capital management techniques such as capital controls, which would help stabilize the term speculative capital and functions that provide room for the South African Reserve Bank to try and reduce interest rates. Other measures negotiate some of the outstanding to which we already have. We believe that a portion of it that is held by state-owned entities enterprises is a good candidate for this because it helped with the public sector segment and with pension fund. The measure will be for the South African Reserve Bank to intervene in primary market and placement bonds at concessional rate. Now, this is a policy that is done other countries elsewhere, and obviously, while the conditions might be different, it might be a measure which is appropriate in the context of high borrowing costs at the market. And lastly, we would also encourage the use of prescribed assets. So this may be, private pension funds, government pension funds, which can release very large pools of capital for the fiscals and would allow the government again to borrow at a much more concessional or affordable rate. We will not go into detail on this, but the point we want to make is that while it is encouraging that non-interest spending grows positively in the current year, we see that in the outer 2 years there is still a decline when you adjust for inflation in terms of non-interest spending, and this is a continuation of the pattern we have seen in previous years, which is why we still maintain that it is an austerity budget, even though it is much more slowed down than in previous years. In particular, we want to highlight what has been happening with the social relief of distress grant. So this grant has remained basically at the same level over the years. There's only been a marginal increase, which we saw it going from 350 to 370, but it is still an erosion in real terms from the level at which it was when it was first introduced. And we still want to highlight that National Treasury National Treasury and the Department of Social Development is yet to adhere to what it was required by the Pretoria High Court, which is to remove some of the unnecessarily stringent barriers which it has put in place for people that could be beneficiaries of this grant. 10 million people that should be getting this grant still remain excluded from the system. In addition to this, we see that there has been a talk of a potential extension of these unnecessarily strict conditions on the social grant. So these would be extensions to the child support grant and the older persons grant. And these are likely to have the same effect as on the SRD grant, in the sense that there will be a large exclusion of people that should be getting the grant. And what it means basically is that the social protection system will be much less effective than it could be in trying to alleviate poverty and inequality. So we want to encourage the committee to seek clarity on the future of the SRD grant, in particular to encourage the government to provide a clear timeline on when the grant will be converted into a basic income support grant, and not what it is being talked about now, which is conversion to a job seekers grant. We also like to encourage the committee to reject what National Treasury's proposed conditions on the SASSA budget, which include what I was talking about, which is the extension of conditions that were on the SRD grant to the child support grant and to the older persons grant. And then to wrap this section up on expenditure, we want to note that even though there may be marginal increases to non-interest spending, we are still basically far off from what we could have been if non-interest spending was only keeping up with inflation since COVID-19. So since 2019, 2020, these were the increases. So the orange bars would be the increases which we would have seen if non-interest spending was just keeping up with the inflation. And so the marginal declines that we see in the outer 2 years of the medium term will have the effect of putting us very far off than what we could have been. And even these levels of spending are not necessarily ideal, but they would be a starting point. we now want to draw attention to the revenue side. What we see, and I'm sure what has already been touched upon, is that there is an increase in the general fuel levy. We think that in a way that is similar to the proposed increase in the VAT, this makes the tax mix less progressive in South Africa. What you also find is that there is a freezing of personal income tax brackets. The problem with this is that this is done across the board, whereas it should have been targeted for high income earners who have seen above inflation increases over the years. So what the effect of it is that low income earners who are just on the margins in the tax brackets may be pushed to a higher tax brackets, even though we find that there has been a very minimal growth in real wages. And the personal income tax has reduced in progressivity over time, even though itself it is a progressive tax. Its progressivity has been reduced over time. In particular, we see that the effective rates on personal income have been falling over the period 1996 to 2023. And what we recommend is that the committee rejects the proposal to increase the general fuel levy. The committee looks at reviewing the corporate income tax rate, in particular to do a marginal increase from 27% to 28%, which we calculated would have raised more or less 12 billion in the previous fiscal year. We still want to emphasize that retirement fund tax credits as well as medical aid tax credits should not be given to higher income individuals. So individuals that earn in excess of 1 million per year. This is an unnecessary measure, and this is basically a subsidization of the high income individuals. Specifically for the current year and perhaps for the upcoming year, we think the gap that would be created by, for example, not increasing the general fuel levy can be accounted for or can be substituted for by the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account. We have seen withdrawals from this account which have not necessarily resulted in any negative consequences, contrary to what was expected. So we think at least in the medium term or in the current year, this is where we should be drawing upon. And then in the future, we can look at measures of taxing net wealth, of taxing income from owning financial assets. And then we want to also draw attention to the lackluster investment in public infrastructure. The growth in this, while we are being sold that 1 trillion over the medium term is a huge investment, it is actually not when you consider the dire needs for public infrastructure investment, as well as the growth in public infrastructure investment over the previous years. In particular, we are still very far off from the target, which was set of 10% of GDP as public infrastructure investment. And we see that public infrastructure investment is only averaging about 4.5% of GDP over the medium term. So aside from the private issues with the private sector, which we'll touch on, the government is lagging behind in achieving its long-term developmental objectives. And we think this lack of investment from the public side will encourage us more and more to look at the private sector. And this may be very problematic because what we have seen internationally is that PPPs sometimes result in an unequal access to what should be public goods and that should be freely or cheaply available for the public. And in addition to this, it can impose financial risks to the states, while many of the benefits accrue to the private producers. An example of which that is currently happening is the situation with the independent power producers, which have brought about a great deal of risk into the fiscus through an increase in contingent liabilities. And yet we still say that independent power producers play an extremely small role in the provision of power in South Africa. And what we recommend, given this, is that public-private partnerships should not be adopted as the model for infrastructure development, given their long-term impact on the fiscus, the environment, and on the widening of inequality. What we recommend is that publicly owned development finance institutions should be leveraged to invest more in critical economic infrastructure in a way that could relieve the fiscus. And one way in which this could be done is for the Reserve Bank to capitalize the development finance institutions at an adequate level. To summarize our recommendations, we would like to ask the committee to reject the proposal to increase the general fuel levy and instead look at drawing down on the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account to close the gap. We'd recommend that the committee restore the corporate income tax rate to 28%, to remove tax credits that are linked to retirement funds and medical aid contributions for those that earn in excess of 1 million, to promote an equitable tax structure by proposing a net wealth tax over the medium term or over the long term, and to currently put in place
conclusion.
Yes, and to put in place. Yes, I'm concluding. Thank you. And to put in place the right system that would allow for a net wealth tax in the future, to increase the allocation towards all social grants, to take a holistic approach to reducing the cost of debt, and not simply through the pursuit of higher and higher primary surpluses, and to encourage that publicly owned development finance institutions should be leveraged to invest in more critical economic infrastructure. Thank you so much.
The next stakeholder, Alternative Information and Development Center. 15 minutes, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Standing and Select Committees on Finance. My name is Alia Chikta and I'm from the Alternative Information and Development Center. I just want to check if you can all see my screen. I'm assuming it's okay. Great. Thanks. So AIDC previously made a written and oral submission on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals when the initial tabling of the budget took place. The submission will draw on the previous concerns and recommendations, especially where we believe that the issues have not been adequately noted and addressed. This presentation will cover the highlights, so we urge MPs to look at the full written submission for more detailed response to the fiscal framework. In the speech, in the budget speech, the minister highlighted the importance of prudent fiscal policy in maintaining macroeconomic stability, and macroeconomic stability is the first pillar of Treasury's fiscal policy. The idea, according to Treasury, is that the conditions created by macroeconomic stability will lead to a conducive environment for greater levels of investment. But what we are seeing instead is stagnating growth and debt service costs, which remain high. And you can see the debt service costs, which remain at 5.4% in the medium term. The minister himself has admitted that austerity is self-defeating. When a reduction in the debt to GDP ratio is made through budget cuts, the economy shrinks, making the debt to GDP ratio grow, not because debt is growing, but because the economy is not growing fast enough. This table is taken from the budget overview by National Treasury. What we can see is that the primary budget balance is increasing, but yet we will continue to pay high debt service costs in the medium term. On the other hand, non-interest expenditure as a percentage of GDP, which you can see in the pink, is set to decrease. We are experiencing the pain of a lack of sufficient investment in the public sector with very little reward in the medium term. This decline in non-interest expenditure is not being met with a decline in debt servicing costs. The minister thinks that fiscal anchors will help us to correct fiscal imbalances, but this is risky because the fiscal anchor could see us continuing along this very same trajectory of high debt service costs combined with spending limitations. A fiscal anchor might restrict Parliament's legislative decision-making power over spending and prevent the government from delivering on its constitutional obligations. We would like to remind the committees that the Standing Committee on Finance recommended in its March 2024 report that the binding fiscal anchor should not be the trajectory of fiscal policy in relation to public expenditure, as they limit fiscal policy parameters and narrow the National Treasury's fiscal policy orientation. So this is what was contained in the report by the Standing Committee on Finance in March 2024 with regards to the fiscal anchor. There is some contestation around whether or not this budget is an austerity budget. We acknowledge that there is a departure from harsh austerity measures that we have been experiencing in previous years. Although there's not a real cut between last year and this year in terms of overall expenditure, the real increases are not enough to reverse years of damage inflicted by budget cuts. Importantly, additional budgetary allocations are insufficient if a constitutional deficit remains. Concerningly, there are over 100,000 vacancies in the public sector, while frontline services continue to be overburdened. For example, the WHO recommends 1 doctor for every 1,000 people, but in South Africa, we have 1 doctor for every 3,000 people. We should actually be employing 3 times the number of doctors that we do. While we can see a real increase in non-interest expenditure overall, there are some cuts which are taking place between last year and this year, notably in higher education, defense and home affairs, and you can see the different items which are experiencing real cuts. And so I'll now be going on to some of the other pillars of the fiscal policy approach. The second pillar of fiscal policy is about implementing structural reforms, and Operation Vulindlela plays a key role in this. The following theory of change diagram is from a Treasury presentation on the launch of phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela. Put simply, the idea is that improving the conditions for businesses to function will lead to increased investment, job creation, and greater tax revenue. So you can see it's about increasing confidence about SA's economic future and decreasing the cost of doing business. And this will hopefully lead to jobs being created, as can be seen in the circles. The government's vision for growth and job creation therefore continues to focus on improving conditions for the private sector and hoping that they will invest and that this investment will lead to jobs. This is classic trickle-down economics, whereby creating jobs, improving poverty and inequality are viewed as hopeful byproducts of improving conditions for big businesses. It is also unrealistic that structural reforms such as Operation Vulindlela will enable greater volumes of exports at a time when international trade is in a state of chaos with protectionism on the rise. So you can see that another hopeful outcome is to make exports more competitive, but given the current political climate, strengthening the ZAR and trying to make exports more competitive is even more unfeasible. A big component of the theory of change relies on job creation as an output, as I've shown. Looking at evidence, what we can see is that during phase 1, 500 billion rand of investment was unlocked, but the unemployment rate is now higher than it was in Q4 of 2020 when Operation Vulindlela began. And you can see both the expanded and strict definition of unemployment and what has happened between this period. And you have to, so what we are saying is that the evidence, modeling, and assumptions which underpin Operation Vulindlela should be made publicly available before the start of the second phase to ensure that there is some certainty and evidence on the prospects of job creation and inclusive economic growth. An alternative to intensified privatization and jobless growth is state-led industrial policy. South Africa needs to urgently reverse years of premature deindustrialization. A reindustrialization strategy based on a publicly driven mass housing program, expansion of public transport, etc., has the potential of stimulating many more downstream industries and creating many millions of jobs. However, this would require a fundamental break with austerity, financial liberalization, and privatization. We have previously provided recommendations for alternative and progressive financing. While we acknowledge that responses to the public from National Treasury need to be condensed due to time considerations, we often feel, like other stakeholders have mentioned, that the public presents the same recommendations repetitively without sufficient engagement from MPs around the decisions and recommendations that ultimately end up in the report. What we have noticed is that sometimes the response from Treasury to the public do not allow for healthy debate on the politics, economic modeling, and theory of change that informs the trajectory of fiscal policy. On the one hand, we have a minister that has said that austerity is self-defeating, but on the other hand, we continue to see rising debt service costs with a very strong reluctance to progressively increase taxes in a country with the most extreme levels of inequality in the world. One of the recommendations from the AIDC is to pause contributions to the government employees' pension fund. Treasury has said that this fund needs to be 100% funded, but it is currently 110% funded, and it's extremely unlikely that a pension fund would need to be 100% funded in order to pay out all pensioners and existing workers at the same time. This is an extremely unlikely scenario. There have been surpluses in the tens of billions of rands in the GPF, and using the fund in the public service does and will benefit workers and pensioners. Another recommendation is a net wealth tax, which is different and distinct from the wealth taxes which we currently have. Treasury has stated that they're exploring the feasibility of a wealth tax, but progress has been slow. Treasury has raised concerns around the immigration of high net worth individuals who pay high levels of PIT, but we believe that whenever tax evasion or avoidance threatens the credibility of a tax proposal, complementary rules such as capital controls or exit taxes should also be analyzed if the aim is to align inequality reductions with NDP targets. We can also see this happening when Treasury talks about CIT or PIT and behavioral changes, but we believe that there's a role to address those behavioral changes to enhance and maximize the progressivity of the tax system and to avoid tax evasion. We also need to see concrete progress towards a wealth tax in line with the agreements made on a 2% wealth tax on centimillionaires during Brazil's G20 presidency. Onto the next slide. Additional recommendations include not reversing relief to poor households. That was shown in Budget 2.0. This includes maintaining above inflation increases to social grants in 2026 and 2027-28, an expansion of zero-rated items like many people and stakeholders mentioned, and zero adjustments to the fuel levy. While concerns around bracket creep have been raised, we want to explicitly show that not adjusting tax brackets is necessary given that effective tax rates have decreased since 1994, which has, for the most part, benefited high-income earners. This decrease has benefited high-income earners and happened because of previous above-inflation adjustments to the tax brackets. So if the effective tax rate had remained the same that it was in 1994, we would have significant more revenue to fulfill the constitutional obligations in the fiscus. So in order to enhance PIT progressivity, we agree that top tax brackets should not be adjusted at all, while we recommend that the lower tax brackets should only be adjusted for inflation and no more than inflation. Other ways of enhancing the progressivity of the tax system include removing medical aid tax rebates, converting the retirement fund contribution deduction to a tax credit, reversing the decrease in the corporate income tax rate, combating illicit financial flows, and removing the employment tax incentives. These are all recommendations that we believe should be carefully examined and considered. just to conclude, it's also important to mention that in the optimistic economic growth scenario, where the infrastructure investments outlined in this budget succeed, GDP growth only reaches 2.1% by 2032. However, the World Bank warns that growth below 3% is unlikely to meaningfully reduce poverty or unemployment, suggesting that even the most favorable projections in this budget may fall short of what is needed for transformative economic progress. If the envisioned growth fails to meet this threshold, it raises serious questions and concerns about whether the current fiscal policy trajectory, which is embedded in orthodox economics, is truly capable of driving sustainable development and job creation. So that's the end of the presentation, and I look forward to engagements by the committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Alia. The next stakeholder, South African breweries.
Thank you, Chair and the committee, for the opportunity to present. I will proceed to share my screen. And then just to confirm that everyone can see my screen in that regard.
Yes, you can see the screen. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. So just to recap, and I think it's important to remember that 10 weeks ago, we did have a budget on the table and we did have a public hearings process. What we did see in the tabling of Budget 3.0 is that the excise tax was kept at 6.75%. What is different is that in the macroeconomic context section that the budget review put on the table, this was 2% above inflation in Budget 2.0, and then subsequently with the winding down of inflation, this amounted to 2.6% above projected inflation for the end of 2025. So what we are noticing, Chair and the rest of the committee, is that the Treasury has used the excise tax to increase revenue. And I'll go to a slide referring to that, specifically comparing Budget 2.0 versus Budget 3.0. But at a principled level, what I'd like to raise is that last year, SCB had conducted research together with the Oxford Economics team to show that there are signs that there are decreasing marginal returns from increasing excise taxes above inflation, even though this remains a principled position over the last 3 years at least for Treasury to think that it is important to do so. I've also thought it was very important for the committee and yourself, Chair, to note some of the comments that had been given to ourselves, SAB, and the rest of the industry with regards to above inflation excise tax increases that had occurred in Budget 2.0. In particular, I'd like to highlight the policy perspective in the second bullet, where it is noted by National Treasury that it is important that excise taxes are adjusted by inflation. And then the third point saying above inflation increases are necessary to reduce affordability and discourage consumption. So what now exists, and which is important for a tax environment, and certainly we've come to this committee hoping that greater tax certainty would arise with the tabling of the budget, but that hasn't consistently been the case, is that even though there's a policy position that's quite clearly articulated to the industry and manufacturers in general, there is a consistent position rather, that says that there is a necessity to deal with a public health narrative through a tax intervention in particular. What we would like to note in particular, though, is that the change, and I'll just talk about the revenue change on this slide, is that what the March budget had shown was that the expectation, at least for the 2025-2026 budget, is that the expectation is that 1 billion rand would be collected from excise taxes, above inflation excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco. What we note 10 weeks later is that we are expected to raise an additional 300 million excise taxes to contribute to closing the revenue gap based on the third iteration of the budget. I mean, it might not seem steep for perhaps personal income tax or in comparison to the value added tax. But for a small tax instrument such as excise taxes, this is quite a heavy burden to continue to contribute. And given the nature of the gap, only in 10 weeks have we been asked to contribute an additional 300 million in revenue to closing the revenue gaps that existed in the budget. And part of the iteration, the third budget, Chair, we've been speaking about empirical evidence, and I believe in our our previous contribution to the public hearings was that we would like to get robust feedback from National Treasury with regards to excise taxes. In particular, I'd like to point to two aspects that had not been included in the continued leveling of the excise tax at 6.75%, but not in particular winding it down closer to projected inflation. Firstly, what are the tax buoyancies related to the excise tax that justify in 10 weeks asking that particular tax instrument to contribute an additional 300 million rand to the fiscus? Secondly, what are the assumptions around consumer behavior, in particular consumer elasticity, and how inelastic is the presumption around consumers in response to price changes to assume that the changes in the excise taxes through the consumption of alcohol beverages will result in a 300 million rand additional accumulation from the excise taxes. I had extensively paged through the appendix and related documents in the budget review, and no further detail was provided around the expectation, or at least the assumptions, that a small tax, in particular an industry that's not as large comparatively to other manufacturing industries, would contribute such a steep amount additional to the fiscus. And then lastly, Chair, I'd like to point to one particular narrative around the behavioral aspect related to the excise tax. Of course, there has been multiple pieces of research where there has been a correlative impact between relating an increase in excise taxes to a reduction in to some extent in the harmful consumption of alcohol. And the emphasis on the harmful consumption of alcohol, because there are people that do consume in moderation, and the excise tax is not meant to be punitive in that regard. But in speaking about the behavioral aspect of the excise tax, firstly, taxes are not a panacea for solving for all socio-economic issues. And knowing that the empirical evidence says that they are diminishing marginal returns to using the excise taxes, I think there should be something noted about how far can you increase excise taxes where it starts to produce diminishing marginal returns, not only for the taxes in the fiscal space, but also in terms of the public health discourse that has been spoken about extensively with regards to the use of the tax instruments. Also, I think there needs to be a conversation around the balancing between tax interventions and non-tax interventions. And in that conversation, how does Treasury really engage other departments in terms of pulling together that there is a consistency in the regulatory framework that governs, in general, the alcohol industry? I'd also like to mention that the behavioral change associated with increasing excise taxes very highly above inflation, I think, in this regard, does not only lead to the perception that this will lead to some sort of sobriety. Of course, in the beer industry, we have products that are very low in alcohol content. So we do believe in a moderation principle, that there should be drivers in the excise tax that encourage moderation and the consumption of low ABV products such as beer. But I'd also like to reiterate a point around the substitution effect towards the illicit market being an unintended market distortionary impact from really above inflation excise taxes, which hasn't been duly considered. So I think in the balance of the conversation, there is an opportunity to be robust in the feedback from Budget 2.0. All we got was a anecdotal framework in the form of 3 bullet points, but having reviewed the budget review and the related documents, there was no conversation around the tax buoyancies associated with the excise taxes, and in particular, the presumption or the assumption around how consumers would relate to changes in prices, and how would this obviously translate into an additional 300 million rand accumulation in revenue thereof. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Satsan. Also for keeping to time allocated. Next, Kosato, Comrade Met. Are you there?
Yes, no, I'm here, Comrade Chair. Sorry, I'm here, Chair and members. Good afternoon. We can start if you want.
The background, we're not used to that background.
I've been shamboked by so many members of Parliament, Chairperson, and I didn't want to get into trouble anymore.
Okay, no, we'll discuss that, but hey, we're not used to it. Thanks, proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, members, and I think thanks to members for giving us space. We know it's been a bit of a long and interesting year. I think, Chair, members, just from our vantage point, the budget has to speak to the socio-economic context. It's got to speak to 1% GDP growth rate for the past decade plus. Even over the MTEF, we're projected only to grow at 1.6%, and we really need to reach 3% if we're to deal with unemployment. Chair, since we had budget 1.0 in February, unemployment has increased by 1.5% overall, and for young people, it's increased by 2%. So it really is a ticking time bomb. We have entrenched levels of poverty and inequality, rising cost of living. We know our infrastructure is really struggling. Public services, municipalities, SOEs too are all kind of battling. And of course, Chair, we've got endemic levels of crime and corruption, and just a bit of a general sense of hopelessness as well. We really had hoped, and especially I think the Minister made some useful points as well about a need to exit the austerity budget cuts, which have really hurt the capacity of the state to deliver public services, which workers, which businesses, the economy all depend upon. We had hoped to see a bit more interventions around stabilizing and rebuilding struggling SOEs and municipalities. But of course, we had expected to see a significant ramp-up of stimulus to grow the economy, as well as to see how can we boost industrial sectors, SMEs, and so forth. And of course, expanding public employment programs and relief for the poor and giving support to SARS. It's a mixed bag of what we saw, what we didn't see. On the revenue front, we welcome the additional 4 billion rand for SARS. We think that's a very positive step in the right direction. That's significantly above the initial 500 million rand for this year, so a total of 7.5. And I think, Chair, we must welcome when government shows the humility to walk away from a VAT hike, which Parliament, COSATU, civil society have all objected to. I think that's a welcome sign of a maturing democracy. Chair, I think we do remain concerned about not adjusting the PIT tax brackets for inflation, especially for the lower 4 bands for working middle class families. This is the second year in a row that's happened, so it does put pressure on workers who get wage increases and push them to the next tax bracket, etc. And of course, we had hoped for another extension of the fuel price tax relief, because again, that has a significant impact upon transport, food, and you have many workers, Chair, who spend about 60% of the salary on electricity or on transport costs. So a fuel price hike does hurt. Proposals, Chair, basically is that we do need to begin adjusting PIT tax brackets for lower middle income earners, especially. We do think we need to have Treasury resuscitate the review of the fuel tax regime. About a third of the petrol price goes towards these taxes and levies, because that is one way to give relief to the economy, to commuters, etc. We think there is a need for some sort of a debate on what is a wealth tax to make sure the rich pay their fair share. And we think, the options that one can look at there is the PIT or the top tax bracket, the issue of reducing medical and pension rebates for the top tax bracket, the issue of inheritance and estate duties for the wealthy. One can explore a general wealth tax for the wealthy, and of course, the issue of company tax for wealthy corporations. Because, Chair, I think, when we're asking people to tighten the belt, it should be the wealthy who tighten the belt. It should not be people who are already drowning in debt, who just can't take care of their families. We also think, Chair, that we need a bit of a further engagement with SARS. SARS, was the engine of the success of the Mandela and Mbeki administrations. It can be the success of the Ramaphosa administration. SARS have made an argument for at least 20 billion rand over the MTEF. We think we should be giving that to them over the next 3 years to really make sure we can improve tax compliance from 64% to 70% over the next 2 years. That can address the funding shortfall, etc. And to also be fair to those who pay taxes already. We think, Chair, we should be engaging with the DFIs. Can they take over some of the economic infrastructure projects, perhaps 50 billion rand, like the 13,000 university beds, for example, where they could recoup a return on investment. Similarly, to engage the DFIs, the CETAs, the NSF, to take off some of the costs for the public employment program, for the skills training programs. So, for example, Honourable Chair, the Community Works Program wanted to retrench about 60,000 workers earlier this year, yet they had not even tapped into the CETA funding, which was available for the training of those workers. So we think there is a need to have some discussion about tapping into money. And of course, to engage the Reserve Bank too, can they continue the JFRECA or the currency reserves assistance for the fiscus beyond these 2 years? They're saying, can it be increased to say 35 billion per annum? So not run it down, but have a measured support for the fiscus. Chair, we think the public service wage agreement is reasonable. Despite discourse in the public, it's linked to CPI. It gives relief to workers, but also that because it's a 3-year agreement, it gives a bit of financial stability for the state as well. In fact, Chair, we know that it's always a talking point, but the wage bill has actually decreased in the last 2 decades from about 40% in the advent of democracy to about 31% currently. In the past 2 years, it's decreased from 35 to 31% alone. The headcount has actually doubled. We had 1.2 million public servants in 94, and the population today has doubled nearly, but we have the same number of public servants. So you're seeing the rise of teacher to learners, of police to society, of nurses to patients rising. That has a strain upon the quality of public services. And of course, the high numbers of frozen posts in the public service, Home Affairs, for example, has a huge impact. We do need to kind of shift, Chair, to a bit of a approach of investing in public services, because that actually helps to unlock economic growth and deliver public services which working class communities benefit on. But Chair, we do want to welcome the honouring of the wage agreement, but we are worried in the third round of the budget about a decreased allocation for filling critical vacancies. So doctors cut, I think, from about 1,600 to 800. The nurses, teachers posts also cut, but there's a welcome additional 4,000 for police. But I think, Chair, we can see the pressure points. But we do want to kind of appreciate some attempts to repair the damage inflicted by previous budget cuts to frontline departments like education, health, home affairs, defense, correctional services. In terms of proposals, I think we support the call of the Minister for a ghost post audit of all state institutions. We do need to have a discussion about taking some of the public sector entities back into the public service departments. There's a proliferation of them. Often you find excessive wages paid to senior management, and you actually could have a more greater efficiency if they're located within the public service. We should send a message to society about reducing the size of the executives. Chair, the money that will be saved on the deployment of the Defence Force to the DRC, we think that money should be utilised to begin to rebuild the capacity of the Defence Force, and also see how can we reduce some of the luxury expenditure, travel, advertising, consultants, catering, etc. We think there is still some unnecessary fat in the state, which can be better utilised for frontline services. Chair, I think our biggest concern about the budget we felt is that it's not speaking to local government in a decisive way. I think we all know the state of local government is beyond concerning. The rise of financially struggling municipalities from 10% a decade ago to 70% today. About 3 dozen routinely fail to pay staff in about 4 or 5 provinces. We have about 160 municipal pension funds in arrears in almost every province. And we've seen the municipal debt owed to Eskom doubling to over 95 billion now. Community debt owed to municipalities is about 300 billion rand. We don't really see what is the plan in the budget to turn things around. You'll see many municipalities by October will be returning money because they don't know how to spend it. So we do fear the collapse of local government on many fronts, not just in rural areas like Tsopotla, Machabeng, the normal suspects, but even places like Joburg, eThekwini, countless other municipalities. It's not a pretty picture. Our proposals, Chair, really is to support Treasury's debt intervention, including moving towards prepaid electricity meters. Further debt intervention programs are needed to help municipalities to collect monies owed to them. And I think, Chair, we need to really expand and accelerate these intervention programs to capacitate local government. It's beyond the 140. And to see if we cannot accelerate the engagements around a new municipal funding model and how to move towards a district development model. I think just trying to move a bit on the SOEs, there has been good progress with Eskom. We've seen a stabilization of Transnet. We've seen positive progress in rebuilding metro rail lines. A new line was opened today in Cape Town, in Khayelitsha. I think, Chair, we are seeing the revival one step at a time for SAA, but we do remain quite concerned about the state of Denel, SABC, the Post Office and Post Bank especially. And the RAF, it remains a serious liability with about 400 billion rand of liabilities. The proposal there, Chair, is really to intensify support to SOEs. And I think the fact that Eskom, SAA, with still some issues remaining, are recovering shows you that we can fix these SOEs. They can once again be an enabler of economic growth in their sectors. But we need to give more support to Eskom, to Transnet, to Metro Rail especially. We welcome the 1.8 billion rand for the post office. We hope that's going to be honoured. And we think there's a need, Chair, for transport to bring the RAF and RAPS bills to Parliament to fix that chaos of what we call the Road Accident Fund. Chair, on the stimulus front, I think there was a reduction slightly, but I still want to welcome the trillion rand for infrastructure, especially for roads, water, rail, ports, 4 new hospitals, 13,000 beds at universities. Chair, there's a slight increase in the allocation for industrial financing for export sectors for SMEs, about 41 billion. But, Chair, given our levels of deindustrialization, the levels of unemployment, economic stagnation, we think we really need to see how to increase it, because that's not going to be enough to make a significant dent. The proposal, Chair, largely is about making sure these funds are spent timeously and correctly to avoid these rollovers of monies being returned to the Treasury. We need to really see how do you give support to the construction projects, because you get too many reports of a construction mafia, even in places like Cape Town, really hindering progress. But I think, Chair, also if we really want us to get us to 3% economic growth, we need to have a much bolder SME financing program, including for industrialization, including for export sectors. And we really hope to have such a discussion by the MTPS, because we need to really shift us to a 3% growth rate. We can't continue as is. On the relief front, Chair, one was to appreciate above CPI, double CPI increases for social grants, but to express our deep concern about the SOD grants, which has been around for 5 years, and only once in 5 years has it been adjusted for inflation. We think it just doesn't make sense when it would cost about 1.5 billion rand to adjust it. So something which is easily affordable. But there is a welcome shift for public employment programs from the previous disastrous cuts. So that's a positive thing. But again, we need to really ramp it up, given we have 12 million people who are unemployed. And of course, to welcome the 3 billion rand for NSFAS for the missing middle. And I think we've covered the issue of the VAT and fuel tax. A proposal, Chair, just quickly wrapping up. We think the SOD grant needs to be adjusted for inflation. It can't be correct that it's such a small amount for people, and we're so miserly we can't even give them an inflation adjustment. We do think, Chair, there's a need in NEDLAC for some sort of engagements which we're beginning to have on a ramped up public employment program. How do you pool funds together? How do you really expand it and improve the quality of training and help those participants find work? Similarly, there's a need to resolve the NSFAS issues and also to adjust its threshold for inflation, which hasn't been done since it started. And I think we hope to expedite engagement with Treasury on the next phase of the 2-part pension reforms to help struggling workers. Chair, just in conclusion, I think for us, really the key things is that we should be adjusting PIT brackets for inflation for the lower middle income workers. I think Treasury is correct, Chair, that we need to have and I think other parties have raised it, the ministers raised it, we need to have a discussion about what expenditure is critical and what can we live without, and what are the acceptable revenue options to fund it, and what are those we can live without. We hope to have such engagement with Treasury now, but also, Chair, we think it would be strategic as well for Parliament to, even beyond these hearings, to have like a thorough public debate about if we want to have a social compact upon the budget, to really have a progressive and a decisive budget. What can we all compromise on and what can we all live without? But it does also mean that wasteful expenditure, corruption must be dealt with. But we do need, Chair, a much more bold and aggressive approach to growing the economy and fixing the state and creating jobs. So let me stop there, Chair. Hopefully I've stuck to the time on the dot and didn't abuse your hospitality. But yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, members.
Chairperson.
If so, the next presenter is the EFF. EFF, over to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, your co-chair and members of both committees, the Standing Committee on Finance and Select Committee and all other committees. My name is Gumanich Momora. I'm here on behalf of the EFF Chairperson. We have taken this decision, however unusual it is, to come and make a presentation because our experience so far has been that when we go to finalize the reports, most of what we would have wished to be in the report does not get included, even if there's disagreements, but for noting that there's a contrary view. So we have taken this decision to say, let's come to the committee during the public hearing stage and put forward some of these proposals, which we want the committees to consider. And I'll just put a very brief presentation, and I should be done within the 15 minutes allocated, Chairperson. That is my presentation. I'll just try and enlarge this screen. Thank you very much. So the presentation overview, I'll just deal quickly with our views on the revised fiscal framework, and I'll go straight to the revenue proposals, starting with fuel levy. We'll deal with personal income tax brackets. We'll deal with public expenditure, the amendments of the division of revenue, and then we'll just make some recommendations towards how we can reform the budget as it is dealt with in the Standing Committee on Finance in terms of the process, but also the National Treasury's role and what it should become going forward. We have noted the withdrawal of VAT increase that was proposed both in the Budget 1 and 2, and we welcome that decision under the circumstances, both through the court challenges that we advanced as the EFF, but also other stakeholders, labor, civil society, and also this committee. With all the shortcomings, we note that there's been a reduction on the revised economic growth projection going forward by the National Treasury, but there is a sense that the projections by National Treasury are beginning to lack credibility. There's been a lot of criticism around this, and we'll make proposals going forward in terms of perhaps what should happen to give legitimacy to the projections, because they're central to budget planning and the overall economy, given the importance of the budget. But also we note the spending cap around 2.5 trillion rand, which represented 2.8% of the GDP, despite the economic crisis that we're facing. And we are of the view that this should not be the case. We should be looking at expanding the state role in the economy as possibly the only lever that has capacity to reignite economic growth going forward. We note the debt service cost that continues to increase, particularly considering that much of the money that has been borrowed in the past 10, 15 years or so has not gone to infrastructure and become a multiplier. Instead, most of it, which we are paying for now, we have nothing to show for it. That is our position on that. And then we maintain that despite all the presentations that are being made to suggest that perhaps now we've reached the end of the fiscal consolidation with an austerity element, we still believe that the current fiscal framework as it's structured will remain socially harmful, will not address structural inequality and unemployment, and it has a greater capacity to collapse the capacity of the state, particularly municipalities, and we'll talk to that. Now, when it comes to the fuel levy, Chair and members, our view is that this, as the minister has indicated, was meant to replace the VAT proposal, increase proposals that were made. And we think that this should not be allowed to continue because it has the same effect. So the argument that were made around VAT were not only procedural argument, we were not only debating and arguing around which form of legislative instrument serve best the introduction of VAT increase. So we're not only against the adoption of the report in the committee, which was not done properly, but also the consequences of VAT increase in the current economic climate. The COSATU presentation now has just illustrated that workers are under serious pressure. Those who are unemployed in the poor household are going through the same. So to now want to impose any new taxation around such a critical input in the value chain and logistics, it will just lead to further burden on the working class. But also, we want to bring to the attention of the committee that there is another technical issue which we need to be aware of, and this may hamper how we process the report next week, Chair. We are of the view that, as the minister has indicated in his budget overview documentation, we're dealing here with a taxation of general population. With the fuel levy, the minister is not intending to regulate any behavior. And as such, we truly believe that if the minister intends to adjust the fuel levy, this should be done through money bills in line with democratic principles of Section 77 of the Constitution, because essentially we're dealing with a new taxation here. Similarly to VAT, and this argument was debated in court, you cannot increase a VAT rate through a notice. There has to be a legislation that is debated in Parliament, and as such, whether members agree or not, that should lead to whether there is a VAT increase. And in the same case, we're saying it should apply to fuel levy. The minister should not have the powers to increase fuel levy through a government notice. This is not a regulation, this is taxation. And as a result, we are expecting that the committee should insist that we move away from shortcutting the democratic process by doing things the way they've been done before, which is wrong. And then the minister should bring this matter in a different way. And the committee should take the necessary legislative steps to amend all other legislation that allow the minister to impose taxation to the general population using such instrument, because the committee has the powers to could amend the legislation, and we should not wait for the executive to then bring such amendments. Also, I'll touch briefly on the personal income tax brackets. We were expecting that there would be some adjustment to those personal income tax brackets, because in the second budget, there was a consensus that we can't continue with not adjusting these tax brackets, all of them, not necessarily a particular group of them, because we have not adjusted them in the previous 2 years, and there was sufficient demonstration through presentations and stakeholder engagement that this has equal and much more devastating effects as VAT increase and fuel levy, and therefore was rejected. And as to why the National Treasury and the Minister of Finance did not see the need to adjust this is concerning, but the committee still has the legislative powers to go and fix this. So we're expecting that this fiscal framework will not simply be accepted by the committee as it was tabled, but we're proposing that there should be a 4.5 inflation adjustment to personal income tax brackets to protect the workers from a bracket creep. And then in terms of the revenue proposals, Chair, we've limited our submission to a number of things that we did not see covered by other presentation, but also we are just adding on to what other people has presented, particularly PBO in yesterday's presentation. So we still maintain that there should be a reversal of the reduction on corporate income tax that was done, and it should go back to where it was. But also we're proposing that perhaps Given that they've had a break, we add a 0.5% to it. So we'll make it 28.5%, and then we'll also increase it further to 30% in the following year. There is no evidence that has been presented by the Treasury or anyone else who have suggested that if we increase corporate income tax, then we'll discourage investor, because in any case, when it was reduced and the benefits we were told that would be accrued by doing this did not materialize. If anything, income inequality has just increased in South Africa together with poverty and unemployment. So it simply just become a tool to give corporate and those who are in corporate some decent space to could extract more profit. So that our proposal is that we make those necessary adjustments on the revenue proposals when we finalize the report that must be considered by the National Assembly. And then in terms of public expenditure, politically, as a political party, we have raised this issue before in the Standing Committee on Finance, that our view is that the National Treasury is not responding to the economic crisis that we're facing as a country, and the budget that is being tabled now should be tabled in the same spirit as all the interventions that were made during COVID-19, when there were efforts to could go and consider all other avenues where we'll be able to put together surpluses, some revenue which was not being used before, to then respond decisively to the crisis. The crisis of health we had during COVID-19 is not different to the crisis of unemployment that we're facing today. It's not different to the crisis of stagnation in economic growth, and all these things equally threaten South Africa national economic sovereignty and security. So we should be advocating for a budget that responds decisively, and hence we continue to call for a stimulus package that is directed towards this moment, considering the economic crisis we're facing. And then there's a proposal we're making that when the committee finalizes the report, there should be deliberate consideration of directing some of the allocation that is put now under consultancy contractors in all departments, particularly national and provincial departments, and that money should be directed towards service delivery, frontline service delivery, additional staff in health, education, police, and in defense, in order to be able to rebuild or to start rebuilding the capacity of the state, which the National Treasury obviously was not able to do this time. I think the committee should come in, intervene, and do it on behalf of South Africans. But also, we're proposing an amendment to the division of revenue in terms of how currently it's allocated. And Chair, I'm happy that in the last committee of the Standing Committee on Appropriation, which attempted to deal with the second budget division of revenue bill that was tabled, there was consensus that the committee should consider amending the allocation, whereas there were no agreement in terms of what should be the amount, but there was consensus in that. So the view that what the Treasury now and the Minister of Finance have presented is not enough to begin to rebuild capacity in local government for municipalities that are in serious crisis. The consensus was that perhaps let's review it. The discussion at the time was whether we consider what SALGA has proposed in terms of the split, or we go and look at what SALGA has proposed in terms of the split, and then we consider some additional amendment. But as the EFF were proposing 8.4 billion allocation, that must be redirected from national and provincial government. In provincial government, without touching education and health, and then put that money directly into municipalities, but with a very particular commitment that this money must be made available to municipalities who are in a process of insourcing services that are recurring, so that they move away from tendering things that they know they will do today, tomorrow, and it's part and parcel of municipal function, which don't need tenders. That is our proposal on the division of revenue allocation. And then in terms of the reform, Chairperson and members of Parliament, one of the things that have become obvious with this budget of 2025 is that the current way in which we've done budgeting process over the years has not worked. And in our return submission, we've made detailed proposals. But one particular proposal which I want to re-emphasize here is that perhaps it's about time, and this is not a new conversation. In the past 10 years in the committee, we've had this conversation. Perhaps it's time that we consider seriously looking at two committees that deal with finance and parliament. So the first committee Our proposal is that it must just pay attention to processing of money bills. Because this process happened throughout the year. We're finishing the budget now, it's almost mid-year, although it's the start of the financial year, but in calendar years, in 12 months, we're almost in June now. So immediately when we finish this budget, we'll have to go to deal with the MTBPS. But the Treasury ordinarily would have started already with formulating a new budget for 2026. So our proposal is that there must be a committee dedicated to deal with the money bills processes. And then the second committee should be able to then focus specifically on the Treasury and all its state-owned entities, whether they're doing what they're supposed to do or not. And in that way, we'll be able to have much more time of engagement, genuine engagement around the budget itself. And then in conclusion, Chairperson, our proposal is that in a way of rejecting, the committee must amend the tabled fiscal framework by the minister. The one that gets adopted and presented to the National Assembly must have those proposals which we have made, particularly also on the allocation between spheres of government. We are proposing that the committee must amend the fuel levy in a way, keep it where it is. Workers still need that relief. Things have not changed. What led to the relief 2 years ago is still in place. And then lastly, this process of amending the budget that is tabled by the National Treasury is in line with democratic principles. We are not doing something that we shouldn't be doing here. The Treasury's role in this process should be understood as simply tabling a proposal before the committee, and the committee should assist the entire parliament in engaging with the budget so that at the end of the day, we have a budget that is reflective of parliamentary views. Whether there's consensus or not in government, that's a different story. But Parliament should have the final say in terms of what should constitute a democratic budget that responds to the crisis. Not what the Treasury's treble as a final, but what Parliament view, based on the public hearing engagement, but also members' deliberation in the committee. And we think it's about time, and we have an opportunity which we should not miss as Parliament to could make some decisive intervention to allow for this budget to be unique, to be reflective of the moment, but also to respond to the crisis. I want to thank you, Chair, and your co-chair and members of the committee for the audience. We appreciate it across the board, all political parties, for your indulgence, and we'll welcome engagements going forward, including in this meeting before it concludes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Rodi uwa wo Dr. Chimomora wo diela zwavhuḓi na thai na suit wo nakelea. Eruwa murado.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Colleagues, now is an opportunity for members to engage the presentations, comments, questions. Over to you, honorable members. Honorable Ryder, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I appreciate you putting me on early. I do have to step off for a couple of seconds or minutes. So, but I will certainly rejoin in a couple of minutes so that I can hear the responses. Chair, I'm going to limit it just to 3 inputs. The first question goes to SAICA, and I was just wondering if they could maybe comment on the VAT threshold of R1 million for registration for small businesses. If they can indicate to us if this is seen by them as a barrier to entry or a compliance hurdle or a cost driver, perhaps, that is constraining small businesses, obviously with a view to growing the economy, creating jobs, etc. I think our interest in small businesses is substantial. We know that that is where jobs are created. And perhaps they can tell us from their members' perspective if the R1 million threshold, which hasn't been adjusted for quite some time, is in fact an impediment that they're seeing now. Second input just on Kasatu's presentation, and I think I want to join Kasatu in welcoming the increased allocations to SARS to make their activities a little bit tighter, better, and improve their collection rates. And the comment that I wanted to make there, and I think both COSATU and probably SARS as well could respond to me on this one, just indicating, we do want to see a very quick turnaround or improvement in collection rates by SARS, so that we can stave off the future increases in tax that were alluded to by the finance minister, what is a reasonable timeline to expect that improvement in collection rates, so that we can increase revenue without actually increasing the percentage charged to private individuals and to companies on company tax and other taxes that may be. And then the last input, perhaps just on the EFF's presentation, I think interesting idea in terms of restructuring the committees. I'm not sure that it's a matter that we can really get a response from Treasury or SARS on, but certainly I do think that we can take a look at those proposals and try and get our head around it. I do think that the Money Mills Amendment Procedure Act probably needs a little bit of tightening up, and it is probably appropriate to relook at committees. I'm not saying that I agree entirely with their proposals, but I certainly think it is something that we can look at as Parliament. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Buraida Mutlomperi Mulife.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for Heineken. Heineken talked about illicit alcohol. How is this defined? What is illicit alcohol? Is it the concoctions that people make, or is it just a false rebranding of alcohol? And what is the extent or estimation of revenue losses to the fiscus due to illicit alcohol? And what can SARS do to close this gap? My second set of questions is to Saika. Saika raises a very interesting point of budget 3.0 or budget 2.5, which means, is this a new budget or is it a continuation of budget 2.0? It's a very interesting thing because, Chair, as you remember, the court set aside the fiscal framework of budget 2.0. And the minister in his speeches said that the budget process must start de novo. So in SARS's professional interpretation, has this budget process started de novo? What has been the effect from an auditing perspective, the effect of whether budget 2.0 was set aside and 3.0 commenced, or whether we just continued with 2.0 despite the fact that the court had set aside 2.0 and the minister has said that it would start de novo. And then in terms of broader accountability in the budget process and in the budget, what would SAICA like to see changing, given earlier comments that the proposals from this process are put aside as soon as this meeting is over and are totally ignored, as were the VAT increases ignored. And Chair, my questions to IEJ. The IEJ notes that the generation of revenue is focused on getting more money from the poor. And this is should be an issue, a justice issue, really. And what does IEJ feel that what remedies are available to the poor to resist this latent tendency to raise revenue from the poor? And the IEJ also recommended prescribed assets. Which instruments really does the IEJ recommend that should be prescribed? I mean, which government instruments? Is it government bonds, or is it specific types of bonds, or is it other instruments that the IEJ has in mind? And also from the justice point of view, what is the remedy for national treasuries ignoring the High Court ruling relating to the 10 million people, and what can Parliament do to assist in this respect? Does IEJ intend to do anything about it? What do they recommend that the Parliament should do? the regressivity of fuel levy as a justice issue. What can poor people do in the face of National Treasury ignoring the overwhelming majority in recommendations from their public participation process? The IEJ also says the Reserve Bank should finance infrastructure. What instruments should the Reserve Bank use to finance this infrastructure? And they also say in their recommendations that DFIs should be leveraged to invest in more critical economic infrastructure. How should this leverage be achieved? Will it be achieved by fiscal transfers, or how do they see this leveraging happening? The AIDC raises an important and an interesting issue of non-interest expenditure not matched by the reduction in non-interest expenditure not being matched by the reduction in debt servicing costs. How does AIDC propose to resolve this dichotomous situation and the futility of Operation Vola in the face of increasing international protectionism? Can you please elaborate on that statement that Operation Vola may be futile in the face of international protectionism? SAB, for AIDC as well, how much can be collected from GPF or from wealth tax? So because there were clear recommendations that a GPF, either a contribution holiday or a using of the surplus of the GPF, how much does AIDC think can be collected from these, and how much can be collected from wealth tax? And then for transformative economic progress to take place, AIDC says, the World Bank says that we need more than 3% economic growth for this to happen. Is this achievable? And does AIDC think this is achievable? And if it were to be achieved, what would need to be done? The South African Breweries has noted that the drop in marginal revenue in additional excise tax, there is a decrease. The marginal revenue decreases as excise from the marginal additional revenue decreases as excise tax is increased. So my question to SAB is, what is the optimum excise tax that can be levied which maximizes the marginal revenue or additional revenue? So at which point are we in equilibrium on the marginal revenue curve for excise tax increases? And then COSATU, what is COSATU's attitude towards the current privatization drive by government and the National Treasury disguised as PPPs and the vertical separation of certain SOEs? And what is COSATU's position on the fuel levy, especially given its regressive nature? And what are COSATU proposals on the increasing municipal debt, especially to Eskom? What can be done to stop this process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Suisa. Are you still there in the platform?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I've got only one question because I think the other questions were taken by some of my colleagues. I have only one question, Chair, to COSATU pertaining the personal income tax. That it has not been affected, it has not been increased, it has stayed as it is. But the greatest fear is the increase in salary, which will push any employee to the next tax bracket, and the cost of living goes up every day, Chair. And that has been responded already by some of the stakeholders here, that the fuel levy increase will affect the price of goods. What is your view pertaining the PIT rate, and should it not be decreased in favor of our workers on the ground? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Machapelo. Tambo, over to you, Flavors.
Rolevua. Is it Rolevua, Doctor?
Rolevua. Ask Dr. Chimomoro to teach you vendor. It's very important because you are a national leader. When you go to vendor, you mustn't struggle.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Agreed, Chair, agreed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those who have made presentations. I think Saika raises a very important question on the clarification, and we spoke to it in our meeting with the Minister of Finance and National Treasury, which we had last week as well, when we were being told that we must limit our inputs because we're engaged in a continuation of a process. And if the budget overview genuinely states that we're speaking to an adjustment rather than a retabling of a new budget, then it's a valid question to ask from SAICA's perspective. And I think it's important that we get that clarity as to why there would be a characterization of an adjustment rather than a retabling of a budget completely, because the fiscal framework and revenue proposals were set aside by the Western Cape High Court. And if we remember correctly, the Money Bills Amendment Act, the Division of Revenue Bill and Appropriations Bill must be in line with the adopted fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And if memory serves us all correctly, when the fiscal framework and revenue proposals were set aside by the Western Cape High Court, the Minister of Finance withdrew the Division of Revenue Bill and Appropriations Bill because they lost their validity once that fiscal framework and revenue proposal was set aside. Now, this necessitates the presentation of a new budget in its entirety because of the setting aside of the fiscal framework, which gives rise to the existence of the Division of Revenue Bill and Appropriation Bill as according to law. So I'm interested in the explanation by Treasury and perhaps SARS as to on what legal basis would they characterize budget 3.0 as an adjusted budget so that there can be that consistent legislative clarity. Secondly, I think to SAIC as well, which will be my last point, there's been a consistent conversation about the expenditure by local municipalities in particular on contracting of consultants. The Auditor General always raises the concern as well about exorbitant amounts of money that is spent on the contracting of consultants for menial tasks, and sometimes not menial or even for auditory purposes. And I would presume that accountancy is a predominant or dominant profession that is contracted on a consultancy basis in the local government sphere, which we propose more allocation to in terms of the equitable share. What is SAICA's understanding of the role of chartered accountants in the exorbitant expenditure on consultancy in local government? Do they have any figures for that? How much is it contributing to the profession, whether it be in the form of consultancy firms for accounting purposes? And what would be the impact of what we propose in terms of cutting across the board contracting of consultancies in the chartered accountant space? Because it is something that needs to be pursued if we are genuinely going to pursue a building of state capacity, which is part and parcel of the National Development Plan, which was adopted. I don't know if it's still a plan that guides economic policy in South Africa, but it's part and parcel of government's prerogatives to build state capacity. Whether they are still pursuing that or not is up for debate. But what would SAICA's view be on that proposal? Because it would ultimately have a large impact on the profession of chartered accountants, I would presume, in terms of local government building that capacity internally and cutting off consultancy contracts that result in exorbitant expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Nkosi Tambo, Honorable Numalo, over to you.
No, thank you very much once more, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and my greetings to you once more and also all the members. And I would like to start by acknowledging all the presentation presented to us here today. Chairperson, my first question is on the South African breweries with SAP. Noting that it's SAB, noting that the South African breweries highlight one of the negative effects of higher than inflation excise tax is its impact on low income earners. What impact does the increase have on the consumption of low income earners and the poor? Will a principle of certainty which accommodates fluctuation beyond the inflation rate or an agreed upon higher than inflation principle enable the industry to plan effectively? Will it be acceptable as a standard? That is my question. Chairperson, I move to the SAICA, South African Institute for Chartered Accountant Chairperson. Is SAICA of the view that the financial sector asset allocation complement public spending as entailed in policy and the budget? And how can this interaction be strengthened? The process of budget prioritization and the role of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is critical to ensure an alignment of policy planning and the budget working with the National Treasury. SAICA do not reference the budget prioritization process. What effective mechanism can enhance budget prioritization processes to ensure optimal allocation to achieve policy objective? Chairperson, I think these are that I have been covered by the issue of what we call in local government, the issue of people who are hiring to make sure that they are doing the work on their behalf. I think that one has been covered. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Against Honorable Numalo. Next, Mohlompheri Squati.
Thanks, Chair, and let me as well join my colleagues in appreciating the presentations that have been made by various stakeholders. So allow me to start with COSATU, just to really check in terms of their view or COSATU's view in terms of productivity levels amongst or within the public service, given the challenge that we are facing in terms of public service wage, where the wage is growing, however, the level of productivity seems to be declining at all times, and which is affecting obviously the delivery of services at all levels in terms of what the communities are getting out of the public service, which I think lies entirely not only necessarily on the budget alone, but also in terms of the personnel or the employees who are actually providing that particular service, which I think is one of the areas that I have never had COSATU talking about in terms of productivity. But it's worrying if the productivity levels is continuing to decline. Maybe COSATU has got some studies that they could actually share in terms of what is happening, but also in terms of Chair, the role that COSATU could actually play in terms of continuously through obviously organized labor trying to assist government in terms of flushing out the ghost workers and other unwanted tendencies that might actually be suffocating the capacity of the state to deliver such services. The other one, Chair, is in terms of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Just on the impact that could actually be made in terms of the outcomes or in terms of the budget expenditures as to what and how much and what exactly does the budget impact on, because continuously budget is being utilized, but we continuously have this kind of challenges where we run short of the fiscals, so we are under pressure with the fiscals. But what the fiscals are actually utilized, the resources that go out to make sure that our people are getting services, is there any tool that could actually be utilized to measure the impact of the resources that are actually utilized from the budget? The other, Chair, is in terms of what would be the take of SAICA in terms of whether they believe that material irregularity threshold should be in terms of consideration by Auditor General, whether it's at appropriate level to optimize recouping of waste expenditures. As we know that there's a lot of non-compliance within the supply chain processes. And shouldn't we reduce the threshold to increase the consequence management for irregularities with or which impact the quality of spending? Because it doesn't make sense when the threshold is actually very, very high, and yet a lot of resources are actually spent at a very low threshold, which could actually make an impact in terms of the outcome. The last one, Chair, it's the South African breweries with the understanding that they are actually, I would want to understand their understanding or their view whether a principle of certainty which accommodates fluctuations beyond inflation rate or an agreed upon higher than inflation principle will enable the industry to plan effectively, or would it be acceptable as a standard that could be set to make sure that the industry is not really impacted negatively? Which could also be directed to Heineken as well. And we understand some of the industries are actually, impacting on the lower levels and of people who are even unskilled. I mean, in the case of Marula that has been mentioned, we know the impact that it can have. But what would be the best in terms of, we understand the issue of the excise beyond inflation, or what is it that would be the best, to deal with? Because Treasury was also suggesting that it should be MTF based, so it's not every financial year where you raise the excise duties, but you know that over the MTF, this is the level of excise duties, which will also be able to create certain levels of, certainty in terms of your planning as an industry. I think I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Squatting. Whoever is a little, okay. Usalon.
Chair, I'm here.
Usalon.
Ngisaluhona Mhlumpe.
Okay. Over to you.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Good afternoon, colleagues. Chair, I've asked this question earlier to the wines industry, with appreciation that they have insight into broader dynamics So I'm going to now post it to South African breweries. And it's in relation to the National Treasury study that was conducted in 2014 on the societal impact of alcohol, which found that the revenue collected through sin taxes is significantly lower than the public costs incurred from alcohol-related harms, such as road accidents, GBVF, and broader societal decay. So given that South African breweries advocates for evidence-based policy, I guess, what's their position on this finding by National Treasury? And what is their response to the view that no amount of taxation can effectively regulate drinking and alcohol abuse in the country? And to the economic freedom fighters, thanks Dr. Gumani Timomola for the well-researched presentation that has, I guess, educated a lot of people, not only in this platform, but also beyond. So what is the EFF's view on Vulindlela as an economic strategy and what the National Treasury seeks to achieve with Operation Vulindlela? The second question would be, what's the view of the EFF on accessing money in the gold and foreign exchange contingency reserve account? And the last question is, what are the proposed alternative sources of revenue that the minister can introduce, since it is the EFF that fought and won against the VAT increase in April and are now seeking to legally challenge the fuel increase and will win in court? There will not be a fuel increase on the 4th of June. So what then do we, Dr. Timomol, put forward as an alternative source of income or revenue so that we don't have a shortfall in terms of the budget, because we want to stimulate this economy and grow it beyond the 1.4 that the minister has projected? I thank you, Chair.
Let's go to stakeholders, starting with Heineken. Over to you, Chair Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm first going to address the question from Honourable Molefe. Alan, could I ask if you could again enable me just to share, because I think it would help if I can just slot up the definition of illicit, because I think it would be useful. Okay. Are you able to see it yet? All right, I think you can see my screen. Honourable Molefe, thank you for the questions. Yeah, a lot of work has been done by the industry since about 2012 around understanding the illicit market, both the size and the shape, in order to tackle it. Apart from the intellectual property challenges, there's also obviously the harm issue. So there are different definitions of what illicit is, but for purposes of the studies that have been done by Euromonitor, this is how it is defined. And I just want to also note that this is from a 2021 report. A 2024 report, as Christo had mentioned earlier, is due for release in the next few weeks. And these numbers will be updated. That is not yet final. So I will be providing an overview of the older numbers, just bearing in mind that it will change. And I will make a note to also get those to the member committees. So illicit alcohol, for purposes of this report, is defined as counterfeit brands. So this is where people are either taking legal bottles and refilling it with illicit alcohol that's been produced or cheaper alcohol. It also means that people are counterfeiting brands from the start. So they reproduce the closures, the labels, the bottles, etc. And we have seen an increased level of sophistication when it comes to counterfeiting. And we have various, obviously because it impacts a lot of our tangible and intangibles around our brands, there's extensive work around this together with the industry. The next category is smuggling. So that is smuggling of both ethanol, so the raw material, which then gets smuggled across the borders, and then that is used to produce counterfeit alcohol, as well as smuggling of finished products. The next one is illicit homebrew. I do want to be perfectly clear here that we're not saying that homebrew is illicit. It only becomes illegal when it is sold. So homebrew for own purposes is not illicit and it's not included in this definition. It is only when it's sold. This could be both brewed and artisanal alcohol, in other words, like spirits alcohol that is distilled. Surrogate is also included. It's tiny in South Africa, thankfully, for now. This is where alcohol that's not meant to be consumed as a beverage, for instance, in cough medicine, etc., then gets consumed. It hasn't grown that significantly in South Africa. And then the last one is tax leakage. This is basically where the products are deemed to be illegal because they're not compliant with the law. And this is something that Krista also mentioned earlier, where products are classified as a wine and pay the wine excise rate, but they should be paying the sugar fermented rate, which is equal to the spirits rate. So those are the categories, and that I'll quickly show you how these are will change. There we go. I've just cut and pasted from a Euromonitor study, so I apologize if it's not clear on the screen. You will see that the three largest categories, when we talk about fiscal loss, Honourable Molefe, you asked about the fiscal loss. In 2021, it was 11.3 billion, and indications are from the work from the news state that this has increased quite significantly, closer to, I think, about 16 billion. We will know the final answer shortly. You can see that from a fiscal loss perspective, all three of these categories, counterfeit, smuggling, and tax leakage, almost constitute about a third each, with smuggling being what that was substantial in that period. I do want to note that we've seen a decrease in smuggling, and it's all credit goes to SARS. You did also ask what SARS could do more. This is an example of things that can work well, in that SARS closed a loophole around smuggling, which was specifically related to round tripping. And that is where diplomats were able to take large amounts of alcohol duty-free out of the country, and the loophole was closed. And we have seen a decrease in smuggling, and it's been very effective. This is just a further indication of the size, the volume, the value, and the fiscal loss. As I said, we understand that that has increased. So let me just stop sharing. There we go. All right, then I just wanted to attend to the next question that was asked around SARS and what can be done. As I said, they closed these loopholes, and that's an example of things that can be done quickly, quick wins. But really, to tackle illicit fundamentally, as I had mentioned, requires intervention at a policy level and alignment. And we need to get around the challenges that are being posed by the disconnect between national, provincial, and municipal levels of government. The Drinks Federation of South Africa, which we refer to the DFSA, will shortly be making announcements around new ideas and to work closer with government from a cross-functional perspective with a focused task team to tackle illicit. And I do also want to call out NAO and the CGCSA, which is partnering with the DFSA, so that these learnings could be applied broadly across the economy rather than just in alcohol. The one call out that I do want to make is that what we've seen in many countries is that often when faced with the challenge of illicit alcohol, that governments often resort to tax stamps, any measures that place further burdens on the legal alcohol industry, we have seen that it actually grows the illicit market. Kenya is an example that comes to mind. They have implemented tax stamps for many years. These programs are often sold as self-funding mechanisms, but in essence, it's just an additional tax on the legal industry, which creates a wider burden, a wider gap between the legal and illegal industries. And in Kenya, the illicit market has actually grown to 60% despite the tax stamps. So those are not effective measures. Then there was a question from Honourable Sekwati around above inflation, and I think you, Honourable Sekwati, you also posed this question to SAB. I'll allow them to also answer. My view, and I think one of the other members asked SAB about it, whether uncertainty will be reduced if government had to apply, an above inflationary increase as a matter of course. I think the annual increase is one element of the problem. What is actually underlying that is that the increase is based on a target incidence model. So currently we've got an incidence model which says what is the level of taxation that government is targeting for each category. The annual increases is just a symptom of that. And once you start overtaxing categories, that's where the level of increase, then whether it is, it starts exceeding that balance and it becomes a problem. So it's not just about the actual increase, it's also about the level of taxation. Again, coming back to the threat of illicit, where we are now, if we continue increasing, even if it provides certainty to the industry, if we implement an above inflationary increase and the prices of legal alcohol continue to move further away from the prices of illicit alcohol, I think it's going to become a big problem, and our experience has shown that. So we think there's other ways of obtaining certainty from policy measures, appropriate policy measures, not just resorting to making above inflationary increases the norm. I think that's all the questions that were posed to Heineken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way, Winsome Africa is not here in the platform. Saika.
Thank you very much, Chair. I should note, given we only have 2 minutes, and I'll prefer to keep to that time for the committee's sake, we will respond in writing to some of these questions in more detail. Chair, just dealing first with the question of Honourable Molefe and Ngomalo, both dealing regarding the budget process. We've detailed this in quite a lot of our previous submissions. We've included some of it as a summary in the current as to the full process, starting off with the composition and then moving towards the tail end when we actually get to the tax bills later on in the year. And I think some of the questions, obviously starting off with, should we not have a separate platform where we can discuss things on ideological basis, etc., separate from the budget process? And we always welcome that process. But as to the actual process, I think the first thing is, are we in alignment of our fiscal policy and our economic policy? The economic policy driving what the fiscal policy, and where there practically can't be alignment and explanation as to why not. We've seen, for example, a lot of the presenters stating on infrastructure, privatization of health, etc., in the NDP, and not reflected in the budget itself. And I think we do need to get alignment between those two documents. And again, interrogation of the national estimates of expenditure, again, what departments say they are going to spend on, and does it actually match what they're doing, and matching it to previous year's performance. So if you are going to say you're going to do something again this year, why did you not do it last year, and is it legitimate, and a better interrogation of those. And again, from the budgeting process, again, getting into the tax bills, etc., one of the proposals we have made there from a practical perspective is that the bill, or the draft bill tabled in Parliament, for example, is a version that has been changed after Treasury have had their public consultations, and not the same bill. So in previous submissions, we have set out what we would recommend on that process, and we'll include that in our written presentations for Parliament as well, just to expand on these questions. And the same with the prioritization. Again, what are we prioritizing, matching it from our economic policy through to our fiscal framework, and is it actually represented? So first doing the basics of alignment and matching. If we're saying, for example, that infrastructure is what we're prioritizing, are we seeing both delivery of that, and are we in fact seeing those numbers at a significant enough level to say that that is in fact a budget priority? As to Honourable Ryder's comment on the VAT, I think any reduction in compliance is always good for a small business. We've looked at this and we've at various states and looked at the SARS stats on this, and I think the one thing we have seen is that more than 40% of VAT vendors are in fact registered voluntarily, so they're below the threshold currently. So even though a proposal for the 2 million might be welcomed by some small businesses, a lot of small businesses are voluntarily registering, and it seems to a large extent that that is driven by the requirements of large business and government to force them to register to do business with them. So therefore, even if we raise that, it might still not have the desired effect of excluding small business from the VAT regime. They might still continue. So I think that is the only reservation to that, but any reduction in compliance, whether it's through a threshold or otherwise, is always welcome from any small business. Then as to the actual impact, Honourable Sekwate asked as to any measures. I think there currently are measures that go through from performance plans, etc., and they go through Parliament. The question is whether we're actually interrogating the measures to say that they are in fact measuring the things that Parliament would like to see as outcomes, and where they are people being held accountable for those outcomes? We've made various submissions over the last 2 years, and we've consistently used the Department of Water and Sanitation as an example, spending its full budget but achieving only 30% of its targets. And what are the consequence management that happens at that level when you spend your full budget but you have only achieved 30% of your target for multiple years? And I think it's rather doing the consequence management so that we make sure that we are getting value, and the same at local government level. It brings lastly, and to wrap up, Chair, on Honourable Tambu's questions as to expenditure at local, especially as to consultation costs. I think firstly, from a SAICA perspective, his question as to what we're doing, and we have quite a few projects that we work with. We have a public sector committee that actually drives this, working to, for example, making sure that CFOs that have to actually have certain quality are in fact properly competent to fulfill those roles, working with National Treasury at local government in building state capacity. So my colleague will post a whole page on explaining all of those. As to whether our members are, I don't think our members are exclusively part of the consultants, but to the extent that our members are the people that are providing these services, which the Auditor General have found do not, there's always a process. We do hold our members to quite a high level of ethics in a code of conduct, including for their billing practices. And again, if there are discrepancies, then we do have a platform to engage the Auditor General. So when these do come up, we do address them. And even at SARS level, you will know that SARS also imposed a restriction on people charging, for example, contingency fees for doing certain compliance work, like VAT compliance work for municipalities, that they are then held accordingly. And we definitely will commit to make sure that if our members are found wanting, that they do, in fact. On the irregularities on the thresholds for the AG, again, we'll respond further to that from an actual, whether we can adjust the materiality level of the Auditor General and whether there was engagement. We'll put that in our written response. That is all from us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SAICA. Next stakeholder, IEJ.
Thank you very much. I will be tending to the questions which were asked by Honorable Brian Molefe. The first one I want to touch on is on the SRD grant and the court order that these are the requirements around the SRD grants must be removed. I want to say, to give a bit of background, that the court declared these requirements to be unconstitutional. And our understanding currently is that the National Treasury is looking to appeal this ruling. But in the meantime, yes, I hope I am visible now, but my network may be low. My point is, in the meantime, while the court has ordered that these requirements are unconstitutional, we see that the National Treasury is looking to extend them to other grants. I'll just give a small example here. If, let's say, Honorable Molefe, you have a nephew or a niece who is unemployed, and for at least 1 month you donate 800 to them, by the tests that are given by USASA through its administration of the grant, then your niece and nephew will be declared to be someone that has income, even if you gave that donation one time, and they will be excluded from receiving the SRD grant. So what we are asking then is for Parliament to compel the National Treasury to temporarily pause these measures. The application for the SRD grant must be the same as other grants in terms of how it defines, for example, income, the process of verification. So that is what we are asking the Parliament to do, to ask the National Treasury to temporarily pause measures which were declared to be unconstitutional. The second thing was on what the poor can do in the face of the revenue proposals that are on their backs. We rely on the elected representatives as a Parliament to get this through. Parliament has the power to propose amendments to the budget, not just rejection or acceptance of what has been proposed by the National Treasury. And it is our position that revenue measures should be concentrated on those who have the means. That will mean high income and high net worth individuals, but also large corporations. One thing I think we did not touch in the presentation was a review of corporate income taxation. Even though corporations are currently being taxed at a level of 27%, the actual, the effective rate, so the share of their profits which they pay as corporate income tax, is actually far lower. It's much closer to 18%. And one of the ways in which this happens is because of illicit financial flows. One of the ways this happens is because of the breaks that are given to large corporations. We also want to note that there are tax breaks given to high income individuals. We have pointed to the breaks that are given for contributions towards retirement and for contributions towards medical aid schemes. We don't think it is the business of the state to encourage people to use private healthcare. What the state should be doing is to use that subsidy it gives to high income individuals for their contributions to medical aid, and to use that money to build a capacity within the public healthcare system. The third thing I want to touch upon is on the issue of prescribed assets. So what we are asking is for asset managers, so things like the Public Investment Corporation, the PIC, which manages the government pension fund, as well as private pension funds and other holders of private pension funds, companies such as Liberty, Momentum, things like that, to allocate a certain percentage of their assets into what are determined to be strategically important assets at concessional rates. So at rates that are below what, for example, the government would otherwise get on the market. So most of his savings in South Africa are packed into these assets. So and they are invested in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, in foreign stock exchange like the New York Stock Exchange, and in government bonds. Now, this does not necessarily translate to higher fixed investment into the economy. And instead, what we find is that it contributes to the appreciation of asset prices. And we know who owns financial assets such as stocks and bonds in South Africa. It's a small share of the population. And actually, part of the growth in inequality, in income inequality in South Africa, is due to the fast rise in capital income compared to labor income, as well as the low economic growth. If we were to have these prescribed assets and to have them investing in what are considered to be strategically important, so investment towards the land bank, investment towards the IDC, investment towards the Development Bank of South Africa, we can have our national savings actually benefit the country as a whole and not just a select few individuals. The fourth point I want to touch upon is on the issue of development finance institutions, DFIs. So the funding model for DFIs is primarily to use their retained earnings, so from previous investments, or to borrow on the market. And through this, DFIs are exposed to fluctuations in the market, are exposed to the high interest rates that are in the market. And this kind of dampens their ability to invest in projects that could be potentially risky and that could be long term and that could be beneficial for the economy as a whole. And what we've seen is that these DFIs have performed particularly well in recent years. They've been quite profitable, so they have been able to take advantage of their retained earnings. But their potential could substantially be bolstered if they were to get injections either from the fiscus. That may be through the fiscus providing guarantees for loans, let's say in excess of 10 to 15 years. And it may benefit from the South African Reserve Bank's credit allocation. So instead of just savings, we are now in the realm of money creation. South African Reserve Bank can lend to these development finance institutions at very low rates, for example, at 2%. And that would basically be an expansion of the South African Reserve Bank's balance sheet. And it is consistent with what other countries which were seeking to develop their economies have done. And we don't presume, for example, that the South African Reserve Bank has the expertise currently to determine which sectors are ideal, which is why it is development finance institutions that must be the vehicle. I think I've touched on all of the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alternative Information and Development Center. Alia.
Thank you. So I'll be answering some of the questions that we got from Honorable Brian Molefe. So we have decreasing non-interest expenditure coupled with high debt servicing costs. And what we are saying is that austerity is self-defeating because it contributes to this very dilemma. There needs to be a greater focus on alternative ways to directly address these high debt service costs. Some of the options include borrowing on the short end of the yield curve and stronger progressive revenue collection, but these options need to be considered by Treasury, and Treasury also needs to be identifying more direct measures to reduce debt service costs rather than focusing on the debt to GDP ratio. And focusing on the debt to GDP ratio is not the way to approach this problem under a context of stagnant growth. And then there's also a question around Operation Vulindlela, and just to clarify, what we are referring to here is just one aspect of Operation Vulindlela, and this becomes risky under the current global political context. So if you look at the theory of change and you examine it, I think I shared the diagram in the presentation, but there are two particular outcomes. There's lowering inflation and trying to make exports more competitive. Within the theory of change framework, there are ideas that you would increase confidence about SA's economic future, which will lead to a strengthening of the rand. This will in turn reduce the cost of imports, and this will lower the cost of producing goods, and in that way, you're making exports more competitive. But if strengthening the rand is increasingly difficult under this current context of increased protectionism, and if making the outcome of trying to make exports more competitive is also very difficult, then we need to be questioning this particular aspect of Operation Vulindlela and how feasible it is. There was another question about is 3% economic growth achievable? But before I get to that, I remember that there was also a question around like how much money could we get from the GPF contribution pause or a wealth tax. So in terms of the GPF contribution pause, we included this in our previous submission, and I think we said around 53 billion rand could be raised. The wealth tax, it really depends on the threshold, but it could be, if it's between a 1% to 3% tax on wealth, it could be about 59 billion rand. And then returning to the question of is 3% economic growth achievable, we believe that there is a reduced economic growth because of extreme inequality and reduced aggregate demand. So 55% of people live in poverty. If we have further austerity and further privatization, then we will continue this trajectory, and 3% growth is very unlikely. What we need rather is greater investment in the productive sector, reduced levels of financialization, and a proper fiscal orientation that focuses on job creation. I think those are all the questions that I got. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alia. SA Brewers.
I got 3 questions. The first question from one of the honorable members was related to what is the maximum optimal tax for tax increases. We would say in the current macroeconomic environment, and based on the direction of a tax policy that is in place, that should be in line with projected inflation. Unless otherwise stated as per the 2014 excise policy that is in place, we would recommend that it be in line with projected inflation as articulated in Chapter 2 by the budget review. The second question, Chair, that was asked to us is what is the impact of having above inflation increases on low income consumers, and one of the big aspects related to the regressivity of the excise tax is related to the fact that it does harm low income consumers more than it does middle income and high consumers. The problem with that is that low income consumers don't have a lot of room to substitute to or to continue to substitute towards other legal tax products, and they have a propensity to substitute to illicit alcohol products or home brewing, for instance, which isn't tested and verified as something that can be consumed without having negative effects on that consumer. So I do think in terms of the context of the budget, there is a overall view and understanding that low-income consumers are vulnerable to the tax changes that are made in the budget. But as per having above inflation excise increases, there is a propensity to not include in that narrative of a 2.67% increase above inflation on excise taxes, how this may influence or impact different sets of consumers. Secondly, on the production side, as a manufacturer of alcohol, a beer in particular, we would say that the continued conversation, and I think, Chair, this is our 5th contribution to the public hearings. So we would like to see that tax certainty definitely gets prioritized as a conversation of note versus a tick box exercise where it is part of the recommendations report, but not taken seriously as intrinsic to the way that the fiscal framework is formulating increases on excise taxes, is that you can imagine on the 12th of March, we had a particular excise increase related to projected inflation. And then on the 21st of May, you have a different context, a different macroeconomic context, the same excise increase, but it's meant to pull more revenue towards the fiscus. So I think in the context of Budget 3.0, we have the most instability as it relates to tax uncertainty and the way in which excise taxes have been implemented. And we're just meant to absorb or walk away from the fact that the principle of tax certainty hasn't been implemented. So I think that's a critical point, and we hope to see the recommendation move forth from being just merely articulated in the report, but something that becomes intrinsic to how excise taxes are implemented in the fiscus. Thirdly, there was a question around the principle of certainty and whether we would agree with above inflation excise increases as long as they are certain. So I think in the conversation of taxes, particularly with this fiscus, we've had the value added tax conversation where people have said this is unreasonable given the macroeconomic context. We're also saying that an excise tax above inflation is unreasonable given that we have a muted growth environment. Growth was revised from 1.8% to 1.4% in Budget 3.0. So what justifies using a tax instrument more than the economy is growing? Does that mean that excise taxes should defy the economic logic that is applied to other tax instruments or not? You know, I know the fuel levy was increased in line with inflation. Is the expectation that the tax buoyancies of excise tax are so large that it can absorb more than inflation? And it would be great to hear some technicality coming from the tax team around what they perceive to be the assumptions guiding the position that was tabled in Budget 3.0. There was one last question from Honorable Maudwe around Chapter 5 of the excise policy, which National Treasury did 10 years ago, providing the social costs around the harmful consumption of excise taxes. Just to that question, I just wanted to quote the bottom of page 40 with regards to answering that question to the Honorable Maudwe, is National Treasury states the results of clinical and experimental research into the social harm associated with alcohol abuse are often widely divergent. This renders estimates of the externality costs of alcohol abuse often too subjective to fairly inform appropriate government policy responses. In the absence of more concrete evidence, the extent to which government currently addresses alcohol-related harm through its expenditure and taxation measures are a proxy for these externality costs. So in general, even amongst the empirical evidence, there is no benchmark research or benchmark institution that guides the public policy narrative. And that's why you have this continued back and forth with regards to policy position from the industry and policy positions from National Treasury, is that the goalposts seem to be different. And in the hope of trying to rationalize the process and really say, what are these social costs and what do we derive as the externalities? We have a viewpoint as the industry, and so does National Treasury and other departments. But there is no general consensus as to what sort of research guides the narrative around the social externality costs derived from the harmful consumption of alcohol, and then thereof, what are the public policy implications? So I think there is a disjuncture as a base as to what exactly is the empirical evidence base. And I think 10 years ago, when National Treasury did decide to do a comprehensive analysis of the social cost, their position was them taking a proxy, but that proxy doesn't necessarily mean it is the factual base that still persists now. As we know, the context may change, and it has changed. The industry has changed. We faced a structural break through COVID. We faced multiple declines in the macroeconomic environment. So there are changes that have happened in the industry and the macroeconomic environment that have changed the macroeconomic costs. And we're hoping that the empirical evidence base will be changed effectively through a constructive review of the excise policy. There was one other question from Honorable Maudwe around taxes, the point around, or the position around taxes cannot do enough to solve the reduction in the harmful consumption of alcohol. I think even in the policy position paper, or the discussion paper of 2014, there's a huge conversation around tax and non-tax interventions. The position of SAB is that there needs to be a more inclusive approach around using programmatic tools to solve the harmful consumption of alcohol, versus just presuming that taxes can be a one-size-fits-all and that increasing prices will lead to a one-for-one decline in the harmful consumption of alcohol. So there is a long-standing conversation around what tools. There hasn't been added to the budget, or in general, levers and tools that have been in collaboration with the industry that says, these are the levers we think should work. Are you committed to participating or partnering with government in that regard? So I think there's a standing conversation that needs to be had around how much tax can do and how much, for instance, a programmatic approach may do to solve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatsani. SF Boris, next. Comrade Matthew Kosato.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks to members. On the issue of SARS, Chair, for us as COSATU, we really felt the number one issue on the tax or revenue interventions was to capacitate SARS. We think that SARS has done really positive work in the past couple of years of rebuilding the institution after the decade of state capture, hiring additional staff, investing in infrastructure, removing corrupt elements, etc. And we think we should simply give SARS a task to increase revenue from 64 to 70% over the MTF period. That will give us the revenue we require, an additional 120 billion rand. Whether it's a debtors book of about 800 billion rand, whether it's illicit goods, customs enforcement, or cracking down on tax evasion by wealthy persons. That's for us a smarter option than introducing new taxes or squeezing workers. Chair, to Honorable Malife's question about privatization, unbundling, no, we oppose it. We think you can fix the state, you must fix the state, including SOEs. We think SAA, Eskom, even Transnet have shown that we can turn things around, but we need to give the necessary support. And unbundling, for example, Chair, for us, we think it doesn't do with the fundamental issues of corruption, of cable theft, etc., etc. Chair, on the fuel levy, that has been raised for some time, Chair. I think previous Minister Jeff Gadebe in 2018 made a commitment to review it. I think the current Minister, Gwede Mantashe, also made a commitment in 2022. But I think the point is, Chair, we think there is space to review, to reduce the fuel taxes. There's about 5 or 6 of them, including the levies, which consume about a third of the fuel price. That would give relief to workers, to consumers, etc. Chair, also simultaneously, if we get Metrorail fully operational, that provides a cheaper form of public transport to workers. If you fix Transnet and get a fully restored to capacity, that helps to protect food and other goods from inflation. We need to see how to give support to the taxi industry, etc. Chair, on the issue of the PIT, look, one appreciates the pressures facing the Treasury in terms of balancing the fiscus, but we do think it's a mistake for 2 years not to adjust PIT brackets for inflation, because you are beginning to erode workers' purchasing power. Workers already drowning in debt, and really, it's not sustainable. We need to give relief to workers, not to be squeezing them further. And again, capacitate SARS. Chair, Honorable Malife raises the fundamental point about Eskom debt to Eskom, municipal debt to Eskom. And, we had done the Eskom debt relief, 253 billion rand, roughly, to give Eskom breathing space. But that's not going to work if we don't deal with the issue of municipal debt. And, the last 2-3 years, this is more than doubled from 40 billion to over 95 billion. It's going to continue to increase. And yes, there's about 10 or so municipalities who are amongst the most guilty culprits. We need to find a fundamental structural solution to those, because some of them are very poor and small, like Maluti, Pafong, etc. So the Eskom solution to some municipalities is helpful, that they can assist in ensuring electricity bills are collected, they can help build municipal capacity. But we also do need, as the budget provides, for shifting everybody to prepaid electricity. And this is not an issue of poverty, Chair, often. You often find it's large companies, even state departments not paying Eskom the money owed to it. So you need to resolve that issue, because we can't continue to give Eskom debt relief if we're not plugging the holes. And of course, the issue of illegal connections. And Chair, there is a serious issue of law enforcement there, because often municipal workers go to deal with illegal connections and they are threatened with their lives. So we need to deal with some of these hard issues. But it can't be sustainable, Chair, that, kindly, Chair, people pay, but then you have state departments not paying or wealthy businesses not paying. Chair, on the issue of productivity, Chair, look, productivity will suffer if you have a 60% vacancy rate at Home Affairs, if you have a population doubling, and yet the teachers, the nurses, the doctors, the police to society ratio hasn't grown in 30 years. In fact, the police headcount had decreased by 15% in the last decade. It's now being turned around with additional hiring. But also, if you have aging infrastructure, if you have an IT system at Home Affairs which is forever offline, it's going to decrease. If you have one nurse doing 2 or 3 nurses' jobs, she's not going to be able to reach full productivity. If you have doctors working 48-hour shifts, again, in the police service, if you have about a third of the vehicles not working, if you have detectives using computers, Chair, which were produced in the 1990s, using a paper-based system, etc., then we can't be surprised when there's a productivity challenge. I think for us, Chair, the philosophical point has to be to invest in the capacity of the state to deliver quality public services that working class communities depend upon, that businesses, the economy depend upon. And yes, we spend money today, but if you look at SARS, where we are beginning to invest in the capacity of the state, you can see the benefits that society receives immediately with better services, but also the benefits towards a growing economy, which means additional revenue flowing to the state. So I think for us, we need to take the longer term approach of fixing the state, investing in it, and then society, and including the revenue benefits from it. But shall we also think on ghost posts? And we're glad the minister made that commitment. We think they will definitely find some things. We think some municipalities will find it. Some of these entities, without a doubt, you will find it, like we did it. I think it was at Metro Rail or Prasa, we found 3,000. But also, Chair, we do need to cut some of the fat on top. It can't be correct that a CEO of a transport entity can make more than what the President of the Republic makes. So we think there is a space to do some of that wastage. Chair, I think just lastly, look, I think, obviously this has been a messy budget cycle this year, but I think it's been a very positive moment in the democratic evolution for Treasury, for the state to listen to Parliament, listen to society. But we think, Chair, the point the Minister raises is a correct one. We really need to have a much larger public debate about what are the priority areas for expenditure, what are some things we can live without or delay, and again, what are we willing to do to fund these expenditure items? Because we can't simply continue to stumble along at a 1% GDP growth rate. We've really got to fix the state. We've got to stimulate the economy. We've got to give relief to the poor. We've got to help reduce unemployment and also capacitate SARS to collect the revenue owed. And so I think, Chair, even beyond this budget cycle for the next month or two, but in the run-up to the MTBS, Treasury, we must have some sort of debate. And even, Chair, in November, the MTBS, Treasury should table a variety of options for next year's budget cycle. A dozen or so around expenditure and revenue, and say, here are the different options. Allow society to have the debate, allow members to have that input. Then you can have a much more inclusive, much more progressive and bold budget come February next year. But also, Chair, we need to specifically speak to industrial financing. We're not doing enough. We need to speak to public and private employment programs, again, because we're not doing enough given the huge crisis facing society at large. But Chair, let me stop there, Chair, and thanks to yourself and thanks to members for giving us space. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Comrade Matthew. Dr. Chimomola, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of time, I'll try and quickly get through this, considering that we have a sitting soon. Firstly, Honorable Ryder is correct. We have to be ahead of the curve on this one of the budget process review. And our view is that we don't have to wait for the National Treasury to do anything. They should have their own separate process to review how they put together a budget. But the National Treasury has a very different responsibility than Parliament. And Parliament has to begin to take a far much greater responsibility around budget process. And as things stand now, a proper and correct reading of the rules and the money bills amendment procedure will tell you that we have a standing committee on finance that must deal with the money bills. We don't have a portfolio committee that must play an oversight role on the National Treasury. So we may not even have to amend the money bills for this particular recommendation that there must be two separate committees that deals, one with the money bills, the rules, Rule 230 and the Section 4 of the money bills already provide for what we're doing now. What is missing is a portfolio committee where the DG and the Minister of Finance must come and account for what they do, not to formulate budget. And I thought that's important. We tend to give the National Treasury far much greater responsibility than what it should as a government department, like all other government departments, sports, arts and culture, human settlement and justice. So we have to rethink about how we deal with the budget as the core and the main responsibility of Parliament in passing legislation. And going forward, some of these things should happen here. The Treasury can do budget review. They are currently doing some institutional review of how municipal work. But the problem with the Treasury is that, and these are reasons beyond their control, they have to be obsessed every day with the budget in front of them, which is usually a year and maybe 2 to 3 years beyond the current budget. But Parliament has a greater responsibility to look at the future of South Africa, which the Treasury has proved in the past 30 years that they're unable to do. All they're able to do is to focus on the budget. And this brings me to my second point about Vulindlela, Operation Vulindlela 2 and 1 also. We wouldn't necessarily consider that an economic strategy in our view. Simply put, it's a pamphlet which the Treasury used to illustrate to bondholders, not so much investors in the productive sector, to demonstrate that they will be entrusted with borrowing money and then they'll be able to pay in future. So as a strategy and as an economic policy, South Africa arguably does not have one which is coordinated, and the Treasury will not be the best place to do that. What we are missing, and in answering the question about whether we should go to the gold reserves to continue taking money there like we did in the last budget, what is missing with the current budget, and we talk about fiscal policy, independent of the monetary policy, we have to get to a point where we combine both fiscal and monetary policy to be able to put together an economic strategy. And the Treasury will not be able to do this because they leave the Reserve Bank alone. They don't want to interfere. And it becomes a problem when you want to combine the two. So that responsibility is somewhere else. And the conversations can start in Parliament already to say, what is the role of the monetary and the fiscal policy in putting together a consolidated budget? And that budget must be dependent on a sensible and logical long-term economic strategy, which is not so much concerned and bothered with immediate issues of rating agencies, of deficit. And the Treasury has not always had a role in the past to play that leading role in terms of planning. That only happened recently in the last 25 years or so, where they have now this full control and responsibility of economic planning. That responsibility used to lie with different institutions within the state. And perhaps that's a mistake which we made during the transition, to entrust one institution with so much responsibilities. And then the last point, Chair and members of the committee, just on the other revenue proposals which the members of Parliament and the supporting institutions, PBO and the FFC, we have to begin to have a greater responsibility around the conversation of, in terms of the tax policies, where are we with the wealth tax? Because we need to introduce it. This had been proposed by the TRC a long time ago. The EFF is proposing that we consider a once-off taxation on all trusts which were formed before 1994, and we're calling it an apartheid tax, once-off, in a manner that there's never been reparations or retributions financially from those who benefited from the apartheid economy. And Parliament must have a discussion about that. The other forms of taxation we're looking at, which we're proposing to the committee for further discussion and deliberation, is the one on luxury land holdings. Someone just sold a piece of land yesterday in Clifton in the Western Cape for almost 90 million, a vacant land. And it's likely to sit there for speculative market purposes, and they will go and be able to raise capital with that piece of land. But the city of Cape Town does not get enough revenue from it. without a proper development in it. And that's where we begin to now say, let's tax those land holdings and see if we're able to get a revenue for the state from that, and then in a way redistribute resources across the board, Chair. So those will be the three considerations around possible revenues. But we have to have a discussion, particularly for this budget, about the surpluses that are sitting with the PIC, the UIF, and the compensation fund. We have had this discussion before during COVID, and there were some interventions and progressive recommendations made to say that we need to put this from here, and then there was considerable resources allocation, even the monetary policy contribution, which led to loan guarantees that the banks were given to give to businesses, and they failed to do so. So there is money that is around within the state. The idea is to put the state at the front of this development and reviving the economy, instead of this obsession with reducing the state and inviting private investment into essential and strategic services that should be delivered by the state, municipal, provincial, and national government. And the last point, I agree with the presentation that was done earlier. This idea that we're going to have infrastructure spending of about 1.4 trillion over the next 3 years, in a way, to summarize it, Chair, it's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen, and there's ample evidence empirically to demonstrate that unless the state is spending the money that they know they've allocated, then whatever that is promised by the private sector is unlikely to lead to any substantive infrastructure development. Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to engage.
Thanks, Dr. Chimomora. I think we have come to the end of the submissions and questions. Let's move to the second last. No, let me get announcements first before I adjourn the meeting. Mangwin and Alan.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just to announce that the meeting on Friday, we'll create and send the link out sometime tomorrow. So the meeting is scheduled for Friday morning. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, honorable members. To the stakeholders, thanks very much for your submission. As finance committees, both select and standing committees respectively, we value the submissions of stakeholders on the fiscal framework. This exercise is a great approach to ensure that the budget reflects the needs and priorities of various groups and individuals. Your submissions have provided valuable insights, including diverse perspectives. Inputs from stakeholders enrich the budget-making process by members of Parliament. Your submissions have provided data-driven analysis, research, and recommendations, helping members of Parliament to make more informed decisions. By valuing your submissions, we are demonstrating a commitment to encouraging open and inclusive participation in the budget process. As Parliament, it is our responsibility to promote responsive governance, reflecting the needs and priorities of stakeholders in budget decisions. Moving forward, Secretariat of the committee, let's have a meeting with the law enforcement agencies. You'll have to draft a letter we write to the generals of the law enforcement agencies. Stakeholders can't keep on raising the issue of illicit counterfeit goods in the society and we are not seen to be doing anything about it as Parliament. At some stage, there was a task team that should have reported to us before COVID. That task team has not reported as yet. So concretely, when we come back in the next quarter, let's provide space for a day where we have to engage the law enforcement agencies. If you remember, during COVID, this was a big issue. There was COVID, and then there was a decision that there should be no sale of cigarettes. Then the next thing, there were so many counterfeit cigarettes all over society. And since then, those counterfeit cigarettes are finding expression in the communities. And many other goods. Today, stakeholders are raising the issue of counterfeit or illicit products. So time and again, stakeholders come here and raise this issue. Law-abiding citizens and corporates are paying taxes, but there are people who are making lots of money in this country without paying a cent. It can't be business as usual. As Parliament, let's respond to the call by stakeholders, and it is the law enforcement agencies that can give us a scientific, comprehensive report as to what is being done in this regard. At some stage, there was a call by National Treasury and SARS to put in place what we call track and trace system. I don't have to talk much about it. When the time comes, the SARS and Treasury will have to present. I don't know what happened. Somebody told me that the industry was challenging it, but I don't have the facts. Something will have to be done in this regard. So we have heard your views, stakeholders, and we take them very serious. Be there on Friday when National Treasury responds and members of Parliament engage those responses. So we have come to the end of our meeting today. Let's adjourn until we meet again on Friday morning.
Long live the chair.
Well done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thanks, honourable members. Thanks, Chair.